Okay. Let's get started, shall we? Good morning, stream. Good morning, friends. Okay. Right. Is that done? Let's see. Like some more PTR today.
Well, spit it out.
I thought it was supposed to be the new dungeons. When is it resetting? Morning, Cal first. I thought it was supposed to be Motherload. And those guys. Are we winning? Yes, we are winning. Although I'm very confused because I thought it was supposed to be Mother, like, to do rotation. Starts the 21st until January 28th. Yeah, it should be live. Oh. It's supposed to go live yesterday. Maybe not. Don't know. Oh well. I guess we're doing some more stuff today. Okay, so I want to, before I hop into a group with anyone, before I start doing any dungeon testing of any kind, I want to do the stress testing on tanks. So I want to go through every single tank, go bish bash bosh, get rid of them. Not get rid of them, but get through them. And go from there. I think that is a good place to start, and then we can jump into a group with like Dan. Like I can maybe get in a group with Bethko, Kina. See, we'll see. But first we need to actually get a priority key. And we just got a priority key, so not too bad, not too bad. We want to do it on a 12. So we'll do that. I think we'll go Scrapmaster's Trinket.
What's up?
Priority to Sacred Flame. There we go.
Keep it real.
And we're just going to do the first pull of the dungeon on each of the different tanks. Just give it a stress test and see how it feels. See how it goes from there. Oh, what the hell? We can pull this. Oops. Okay. Alright, anyway. Oh no, we need to wait. We need to get our sacred weapon. We need to get like our sacred weapon back off CD. Okay, that should be good enough. So I'm gonna flask up. Oops, wrong flask. We do have health pots. We do have all of that stuff. Alright, let's see how this goes. First time trying Prot Paladin. We're playing Lightsmith instead of Templar. That's like one of the main differences with this, I guess.
The expedition built the priory as a place to contemplate
do I want to play
the mysteries
IT?
of
I guess I probably
Eldar.
should have checked my talents before I did this. No, I want to play Bastion of
But
Light.
of late, the devotees have become secretive, hostile.
Good start, good start. Wrong talents, wrong talents. We go again, chat. Okay, there we go. We don't really need a spell warding, but we're not necessarily just trying to pick the best build for this. We're just trying to emulate how it feels with a real talent setup on each of the tanks. Like, in theory, I could just bop myself as a part of the defensive rotation, but I'm not going to do that because, you know, if you bop yourself as a tank in a normal pull, things might just go. I don't know why I'm doing a pull timer. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, so we're gonna lead
the
up
expedition built the priory as a place
with
to
on
contemplate the
defender.
mysteries of Beledar.
Yeah, I do want to make sure that my
But
think
of
it is on the
late,
right bind.
The devotees have become secretive,
Okay.
hostile.
I winged a little bit early
The
here.
god sought to kill you. Captain Dale Cry is protecting something.
Okay, we're gonna Ardent now.
Each of his lieutenants bolsters his tactics.
Divine Toll.
Draw them away and defeat them.
Whoa, okay. What's that debuff doing? It's a bleed. Okay. I'm gonna Trinket now. Impale. We can dwarf that. Gonna Ardent again. Gonna bubble now. Probably should have laid myself first before this bubble. Kings. Need to kite out a little bit. Big shields, big healing. I lay myself. Ardent. Kind of dead here, to be honest. Need to like kite it out a bit. Yeah.
Only the strongest
Okay.
survive.
That bleed seems kind of brutal, to be honest. The damage in this dungeon is definitely higher than what we experienced the other day. Okay, give me a minute. I'm just checking something, chat. So yo, Ox, how's it going? Are you winning today? You having a good day? Not sure if I said it, but good morning, Calfast and Connor. Didn't really get a tier set proc, which was a bit sad. It's a decent day. How about you? Feeling pog? I always feel pog. Alright, we'll go again. I think this might be a really hard dungeon to test this with, to be honest. We'll try another, we'll go as Lightsmith and then we'll try Templar. It's been a very long time since I played Templar though. Oh, I've got to reset the dungeon. Oops. What do you even talent if you want to play Templar actually? It's been so long since I even looked at Templar talents. I'm not gonna lie. I don't even know what people play. Actually. Okay. Okay, so I want we'll do a new build, so Lightsmith, Templar. And then what do we want to play instead? Do you really not play? I feel like playing not playing Bulwark of the Righteous Fury. It's a bit int. But I guess you kind of have to forego it. If you're playing like an M plus build, to be honest. Like, there's no way you can really realistically talent it. And then I think it's something like this. But I don't even know, you know. I think it's this. I mean, like, just have talent this, because that's useless for me. There we go. And then whenever I press I, I hear a big damn, basically. Mm-mm. Okay. Interesting. Very interesting. Like, I could forego Bubble Taunt, but I feel like that's disingenuous. So, I don't really feel like you can. I feel like dropping the 25% parry is very bad. You can't drop Righteous Protector. Like, the only thing you can drop would be Gifted a Golden Valkyrie or Bubble CDR. You could maybe drop Bubble CDR. It's 30% CDR. It's a lot. So, maybe not. We go again. We'll try Templar. See how it feels. Alright, here we go.
The expedition built the Priory
Okay.
as a place to contemplate.
First time playing Templar in a long time. Let's see how it goes. Already a rough start, to be
But
honest.
of late, the devotees have become secretive, hostile. The gods sought to kill you. Captain Dale Cry is protecting something. Each of his lieutenants bolsters
Whoa.
his tactics. Draw them away and defeat them.
Big things here. This bleed is really rough, to be honest.
I simply
Whoa,
wish you had
okay.
lasted a little longer.
These mobs melee very, very hard. Okay, we'll go again. We'll go again. I might have to do it on like a 10 instead of a 12, but then I have to deal with that affix, so it's kind of cooked if I have to do that. My trinket doesn't reset, but it should be fine.
The expedition built the Priory as a place to contemplate the
Also, I haven't been
mysteries
using
of
health,
Eldar.
but
But of late, the devotees have become secretive, hostile. The gods sought to kill you. Captain Dale Cry is protecting something.
okay, I mega griefed this, but
Each of
we'll
his lieutenants
continue anyway.
bolsters his tactics. Draw them away and defeat them.
I'm gonna bubble now. The kings. Oh, they patrol into me. Okay, we're very dead.
Your survival wasn't necessary.
Oops. Did not mean to put an extra pack. I'm ninja pulling on my own dungeon. boot, like, it does do a lot of damage. So we go again. We're gonna need to wait for like Ardent CD, and we're gonna need to wait for Trinket, I think. That little bit. It's just like 20 seconds. Should we try it on a 10? Let's try it on a 10. Just see how it feels. If I close my... I think if I was on DK, maybe Warrior, I could probably live this on a 12, but yeah, very hard to do it on a Paladin. Even though that doesn't make Paladin a bad tank, but yeah. What I was helping. Wait.
The expedition built the Priory as a place to contemplate the mysteries of Belladar. But of late, the devotees have become secretive, hostile.
Open the Trinket. We're gonna press I of tier.
Sought to kill you.
Get that rolling.
Captain Dale Cry is protecting something.
Got Ardent now.
Each of his lieutenants bolsters his tactics. Draw them away and defeat them.
The bubble. And move now. Kings. I should really lay before I bubble, to be honest.
A gift of
Ardent.
Your survival wasn't necessary.
Templar or Lightsmith? I'm playing Templar right now. Are you factoring in the time that it takes them to die too? I feel like you're staying alive pretty decently. Yeah, like I want to survive long enough for the pool to die, pretty much. But I'm griefing at the moment. I'm bubbling before I lay, which doesn't make any sense. You should always lay before you bubble, because you can bubble ignoring forbearance. You can't lay ignoring forbearance. And I also use Trinket pretty poorly there. I used it on Paul. I don't really need to use it on Paul, let's be honest. What happened to your M+ team? They're still playing. I've just been busy doing PTR stuff. Hey, my sir. Yo, Harry, how's it going?
The Priory as a place to contemplate the mysteries of Belladar. But of late, the devotees have become secretive, hostile. The god sought to kill you. Captain Dale Cry is protecting something. Each of his lieutenants bolsters his tactics.
Even with Ardent out of
Draw
habit.
them away and defeat
I have tier now. You know what's something I haven't had a single time, actually? I haven't had a single tier prop. This whole time. Gonna ride our kings and Trinket now. And now we're gonna Ardent again. Kings again. I have tier. Now we have a proc. And a kings now.
My
Play
power
myself.
is transcendent. Share in it.
I have 2. Ardent again. A bubble. I don't really have anything here, so. Fight a little bit. Ardent now. Trinket.
My power is
Oh, myself.
transcendent.
I have 2.
Share in it.
Finding light. Just pop those. Parry the Impale. I'm Bubble. And kings now. That's unfortunate that I've gone
A gift
for
of power.
the Paul's dead. Lucky.
I simply wish you had lasted a
And
little
we lasted
longer.
what, almost 4 minutes? It's not too bad. The Paul keeps getting damage done increased because of the affix. We kind of have to do it on a +12. Drink. I only have monster. But... We go again. We'll do it on a +12. We'll see how long we can live. Live as long as possible. And then we go from there. We'll do one final test of Templar. We'll do one final test of Lightsmith, and then we'll go to the next tank.
The expedition built the Priory as a place to contemplate the mysteries of Beledar. But of late, the devotees have become secretive, hostile. The gods sought to kill
Oh, I don't
you.
have
Captain Dale Cry is protecting something.
I had to lay it early there.
Intelligence bolsters his tactics.
I don't have the war.
Draw them away and
Okay, I just kind of
defeat them.
died. Oops. Okay, that one doesn't count. I like walked into I could have bubbled, but I'd rather not spend bubble that early. Yeah, Impale debuff is a bleed, so you can dwarf it. Rip Kiwi go home. True. The only thing that hasn't reset is Toll. It will be up by the time I need it.
The expedition built the Priory as a place to contemplate the mysteries of Beledar. But of late, the devotees have become secretive, hostile.
Parried the first debuff.
God sought to
That's
kill
nice.
you. Captain
Ardent
Dale
now.
Cry is protecting something.
And myself.
Each
We
of
got a
his
King's
lieutenants
Proc.
bolsters his tactics. Draw them away
Trinket.
and defeat them.
Impale. Parried it again. A bubble. Yeah, I bubbled before I laid again. And a King's now. Little bit of an early King's. It's gonna dwarf the DR. Lay myself. Big Eye of Tear. Oh, walking into a
Your
pat.
survival
Okay, and I died
wasn't
anyway.
necessary.
I'll try Lightsmith. We could have lived for another bit there, but kind of got the info we want. So I don't think we're ever killing this pool on Paladin at least. There's too much tank damage.
Francis, lucky doos and
It's way too much tank damage. We've got Eye tier on Lightsmith as well. Here we go again. Priory at the Sacred Flame plus 12. I wonder what they've done to the first boss of Theodore Payne actually.
Expedition built the
Be really
Priory as a
interesting to
place
see.
contemplate the mysteries of Beledar. But of late, the devotees have become secretive, hostile.
Ardent now.
The god sought to
Oh my god,
kill
we got a
you.
proc on Paul.
Captain Dale Cry is protecting something.
And Eye of
Each of
Tear.
his lieutenants bolsters his tactics. Draw them away and defeat them.
Bring myself for the armor increase. A trinket. Ardent again. And bubble. And a King's out of this. We have Toll now. Oh, we only hit the main guy with my Eye of Tear. That's not good. Ardent now.
Your survival wasn't
Probably could have lived for a little bit
necessary.
longer there if we kited, but we were kind of out of like buttons to press. So, it's 10. Definitely could have lived longer. Alright, let's try a different tank. We'll try Blood Decay next. Blood Decay will be an interesting one. It's actually a vested zone there. That's nice. Blood Decay's next. Let's go. Hello there, Big Daddy. Yo, Dirk, thank you for the follow. Alright. Let's see. We're gonna play Sunlion. So I don't see any reason to play. I don't see any reason to play Deathbringer. Unless people want to see Deathbringer. I can play Deathbringer if you want me to play Deathbringer. I'm never going to get that haste benefit from this trinket, so I don't think there's at least on DK, so I don't think there's any point in me playing it. Okay, now we got to fish for the key now. Priory. Rookery. This one's Priory. It's also a Rookery. This one's Priory. That's Cinderbrew. There we go.
Interesting. Pleasure doing business with ya.
I think DK is going to have a cakewalk with this pool. Maybe not a cakewalk, but I think if I was to guess a tank that could live this pool, it would be DK. Okay, how are my talents? Think they're all good. Yeah, happy, happy, happy. Boom, let's go. I'm not playing Runes out, but that's fine.
The expedition built the Priory as a place to contemplate the mysteries of Belladar. But of late, the devotees have become secretive, hostile. The god sought to kill you. Captain Dale Cry is protecting something.
Oof.
Each of his lieutenants bolsters his tactics. Draw them away and defeat them.
Wow. Hello there, Big Daddy. My Death Strike didn't heal me. What's happening? My Death Strike's not healing me. It's bugged. It's actually just not healing. I'm dead.
I simply wish you had lasted a little longer.
Healing? Chat, it's bugged. Is there a Mortal Strike effect? I don't think there's an MS. It's like there's Death Strike from Wish, like with the amount it was healing me. Like, what happened there? Just not healing at all. Guess that's the Death Strike train just coming in. It's fine, we go again, we go again. Stasis talent, maybe? Nah, that doesn't do anything.
The expedition built the priory.
Oh, I don't have Voracious. That's a big talent not to have.
But of late, the devotees have
Oh, I
become
dropped to take it.
secretive, hostile.
Probably improve Phoebe.
The god sought to kill you. Captain Dale Cry is protecting some.
Okay, we're gonna skip this song. It's a good song, but it's just not the vibe right now. That's all. It was a banger song, but it was just not the vibe. I guess I could go like if I get rid of this, I could go like boom boom boom. Guess something like that. Although not having rapid decom feels a bit weird. ET watching WoW content. Life is good, man. Yo, I wish I had KFC right now. That would actually go hard. I'm very jealous of you. KFC would be actually so best right now. FYI, your profile pic is black and white, so on the left side where Twitch shows who is online for my following, it's almost like you're not seen online. That's a little funny. Oh, I didn't reset the dungeon. I wonder if they're gonna do it tomorrow. Or like later tonight. With like putting the old dungeons live. Because they were supposed to be live last night, but they're not here. So might be on the left side where Twitch shows who is online for my following list. It's almost like you're not seen online. Can you post like a screenshot of what it looks like? Because I don't think I've ever heard of someone having that issue before.
The expedition built the priory as a place to contemplate the mysteries of Belladar. But of late, the devotees have become secretive, hostile. The god sought to kill you. Captain Dale Cry is protecting something. Each of his lieutenants bolsters his tactics. Draw them away and defeat them.
Thank God that patrol doesn't go much further. That's a big IBF proc. That's like almost perfect timing actually. Oh. I feel like I need to just hit one of the small mobs. Death Strike's just not doing anything,
wish you
man.
had lasted a little longer.
I'll post a link to the screenshot. If you're in the Discord, just post it in there. If it was on Twitch, you'll get timed out by Stream Elements. We'll try again. Things might be on CD though. Yeah, we're gonna have to wait for Vamp Blood and Dwarf. Should be fine to go now.
The expedition built the
They don't
Priory
actually
as a
walk
place
forward
to
until you,
contemplate the mysteries of Beledar. But of late, the devotees have become secretive, hostile. The god sought to kill you. Captain Dale Cry is protecting something. Each of his lieutenants bolsters his tactics. Draw them away and defeat them.
The PTR like makes this very difficult, I'm not gonna lie. Like, it just made me Death Strike back to back there because of the lag. If you ever played DK before, you know how bad doing that is. Like, I just pressed... It just double blood boil, double heart strike back to back. We're living, we're living. Okay, dropped Karag, but it's okay. That's a shame. Okay, we probably are dead out of this, to be honest. Because we just pressed pretty much every button we have on offer. Remapping back now. See, they don't cast defend until one of their allies is low. Interesting. I mean, that's good to know. Okay, we killed one. We killed the big dude. Drop that guy to cancel his defend. Ball's not over though. That dude. Have to just move now. Put Rune Weapon back. that guy. It's actually insane how much damage that big guy contributes to the pool, to be honest. Because these guys aren't actually doing a hell of a lot now that the big guys did. DK looks balanced. Yes, sir. How you doing, Jimmy? Yeah, I'm good, man. Just stress testing the tanks, seeing how well each of them can do shit like this. Obviously, DK is the only one that can live this pool. But the others last a couple of minutes or so. What's my damage done? Not overall. I can't change it. My details is booked. I'll take a look in a minute. Invictus. Big slappy hands. We're gonna IBF for fun. And when we drop combat, we'll be able to see our damage done. Okay, let's see. I mean, it's not awful. It was what, a like 6 minute long pull, 6.5 minute long pull. Took a long time, but on live, yeah, they removed that for 11.1. They removed the mortal strike. Alright, let me check Discord. I don't think that's that big of a problem. Ah, that's fine. I probably should look at like a logo or something, but it's whatever. That'd be alright. Alright. That's fine. What should we try next? We could try Bear, we could try D, we could try Warrior. What else is there? I'm not even gonna attempt it on Brew because I know Brew's gonna flop within the first minute. Or maybe we just run some dungeons. I know Dan's online. Let me actually tune into Dan's stream. Let's see. How far is he into the dungeon? Can maybe game with him. Oh, he's on the last boss. Wanna game after your Ungo? I don't know. Like, all of these, like, I don't think the state of tanks is necessarily bad. I think they're all fairly decent, but Prop Paladin is just, like, Turbo Abyss. And it's entirely because it has an overloaded kit more so than anything else. Like, if you compare Prop Paladin's kit side by side to the other tanks, it's just... it has so much more to offer. It's kind of crazy. How much damage did the trinket do, actually? It didn't really do any damage. But I guess I kind of forgot about it. I only used it like once. Yeah. This trinket is insane. Where is it? Like, defensively, Cinderbrew Stain is actually crazy, by the way. It procs so often. I mean, it procs it once every minute, but like it does. The absorb is crazy big. By the way, Nate, how was your raid testing? You're excited about the raid? Am I excited about the raid? I'll go for it. So raids. Liberation of Undermine, right? Vexy, the boss. He does okay, so when he's I'm gonna leak a little bit here. When he spawns, he does an animation. And that animation is going to farm kills on everybody in this raid. He legit drift kings into the boss room, and if you're like even remotely near him or like where he drifts, you just die. It's very funny. It's gonna get old very quickly though. But the boss itself is kind of just boring. There's some like motorcycles that zoom across the room. It's like that's about it, and you gotta kill the motorcycles, and then drive them into. And you got to drive them into the boss to remove stacks of his armor plating so you can damage him, kind of thing. Cauldron. You basically have King Kong, and it's basically, if you've ever watched King Kong, where it's Kong fighting the dino, that is what this boss is. They're basically just scrapping, and you're in the middle of it. So you got to tank them apart from each other. They each have their own health pool, so you got to kill them. You got to kill them at the same time, and then after like a minute and a bit, they charge each other like full Super Saiyan. Oh, great! I DC'd. They charge each other like full Super Saiyan and just meet in the middle and just go poof, and then like you kill them. You have to swap sides, like that kind of stuff. Then you have, what's the next boss? I don't even remember. The next boss is, I'm probably not going to do any more stress testing, by the way. I'm probably just going to go do some dungeon testing. See if I can get into any groups, form any groups. Dan's in a pre-made right now, so I might slide into Petco. Okay, so where was I with regards to bosses? So you have Rick. Rick is quite boring, I'm not gonna lie. He puts up these like amps, like these pillars. You can't put him near them, and you have to drain them. Like little waves come out of them that you have to dodge, and you have to drain them every so often to like make sure that they don't explode. It's really simple, and then after like some amount of time, the boss he does like these rings. It's kind of like Ansarek rings, and you have to go to the pillars, and the boss will explode the pillars and launch you over the ring. It's a really gimmicky, boring boss that's going to get old really quick. Like literally there's like 4 pillars. Let's just say there's 4 pillars, right? He bounces you from one pillar to the next, to the next, to the next. And that whole process takes like 30-40 seconds. And that entire time, you cannot go melee of the boss. You can't hit the boss at all. It's just going to be like a really gimmicky mechanic that's just going to be quite boring. Sticks. So Sticks. Sticks is an interesting one. It's kind of a cool one, to be honest. Big boss arena. There's a bunch of like garbage piles around the room, and you, after a bit, there'll be like 3 or 4 people put into these like death balls, and you have to roll around and like destroy the garbage and like collect the garbage. And once you've collected enough, like your ball gets big enough and you roll it into the boss. Or like there's also bombs around the room that you have to get big and roll into to destroy them. It's actually a pretty cool boss, to be honest. Lock and Stock, this boss is It's again just gimmicky, right? The entire raid is just gimmicky, to be honest. So this boss you play on like conveyor belts, and you have to dodge different mechanics, and they all do different things, and parts of the room get cut off, and you know, cut down your play space, and it's just a really gimmicky boss. I'm not looking forward to it. One-Armed Bandit is kind of a banger. So you basically are fighting a slot machine, and every so often he will spawn these ads, and the ads have different icons on them. And depending on what ad you kill, it drops, say, like coin that you have to deposit into the boss. There's 3 ads, but you can only deposit 2 coins, and the coins dictate what like boss ability, what abilities the boss does, kind of thing. It's like, it's a very simple boss. There's really not much to it, but this is going to be like your DPS check of the raid. This is going to be like your Smolderon kind of vibe. You eventually go into like a last phase, and he just spawns like lightning coils around the room that tether to him, and you just have to like slowly move around the room. Then you got Muggsy. This boss is pure carnage, by the way. It's absolutely hell, this boss. It's just mechanic vomit constantly. Yeah, and then Gallywix actually looks decent from what we've read. So yeah, overall, I'm not really looking forward to the raid, I'll be honest. It's just like, it's a very gimmicky raid, which kind of fits the theme, considering it's the goblins, right? And it's Gallywix and all of that stuff, but yeah, it is what it is. Okay. Where's Petco in his dungeon? I tune into his stream and he's AFK again. Typical Petco. I can come here if you want to make a group. Yeah, we could sort something out. Oh my god, my druid is still in Operation Floodgate. I wonder if I can still do the dungeon. Without it being on the rotation. They might have deleted my key though. I'm pretty sure they will have deleted my key. Oh yeah, I'm ported back to Donegal. Sag. Okay, logging off druid. I kinda wanna do some brewkeys. I was having fun. In the meadery we did yesterday with like Dan and Kina, I had a lot of fun. I'm playing Mistweaver? Okay. I'll list the group. Dungeons. We'll do meadery on a 10 again.
Well, spit it out. Glad I could help.
Meadery with full pugs is probably carnage too.
Welcome, friend. Pleasure doing business with ya.
Okay, we're being joined by Dan, Pog. Let me message Kina, see if he wants the game. Oh, Pog, we got Kina. How much did my trinket do? Like look at the healings, or like look at the amount of value I'm getting from Cinderbrew Stain over the course of a dungeon. Very, very high. And you actually get offensive benefit from it as well because it gives you primary stat. Okay, we need one person, preferably like a ranged DPS. What about a hunter? Hello. We're back, chat. Ah, right. Send it. I'm gonna hop into yes with the boys.
Connected. Channel switched.
Good morning, sir.
Morning. How are we?
Yeah, not bad. How about you?
Yeah, can't complain.
Are you winning?
Always.
Are we abusing transmitter today?
I refuse to comment.
Hey, how you
Fine,
doing?
I'll still slap Dan's Willy on first ball in Bury without it. Because it's just sad, like the 1.5 minute trinket options this upcoming tier is pretty sus.
Yeah, it is. It's not great.
Yeah, what do you want? If you ever need anything,
I'm gonna play this. I was expecting to log on today and it'd be the new dungeon set, but I guess they messed up.
I think they messed up on NA service as well because they even get maintenance, so something's wrong.
Yeah. The Blizzard classic.
Always.
Alright. Whenever you're ready.
Oh shit, what dungeon?
Immediately.
Oh my bad, my bad.
Nice. Whole gang is ready and waiting for you to pull up.
Yeah, that's me being fucking... I'm trying to...
We've got the red carpet out for you, don't worry.
Oh god. Actually, I'll go on Holy for this first of all, and then I can make Dan Zed.
Yeah, yeah. That's right.
it's like Frosty.
This is like as if we don't have a scuffed run, this is going on YouTube, so you got to look good on the meters, right?
Oh wow. Okay. This is my Frosty K character. I forgot what someone's gonna do. Stick Frost.
Right.
Just gonna do consumables. Should be ready by the time it runs.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And right side first.
You're driving away my paying customers.
Or are you looking for something a little hotter? Show 'em what we got on tap, Eldrya.
Oh, get off my head, man! You're killing me. Adiba. He's got to reset this blade, to be honest.
This looks a bit sus.
Yep.
My power is transcendent. Share in it.
Tank him like a man.
Always.
It's like the mini boss is right on top of the two thugs, which is very cursed. Okay, now we get it. Oh,
A
goodbye.
gift
Not even sure. I think.
of power.
Is there a frontal?
I don't think so. Hello there, Big Daddy. God, I tapped out. Dead as fuck. This dungeon is going to be pure carnage when it comes live. I'm
I
dead.
simply
No.
wish you had lasted a little longer.
Had like 2 seconds on damn thing. Holy.
My power is
Wait.
transcendent.
Get that dream alive.
Share
Yep.
in it.
Better than yesterday.
True.
Put this guy in. A bit of funnel. Okay. Not too bad, not too bad. Big funnel incoming.
It's to be a bar fight.
Having this so much more tier set.
Dan beat you to it.
Oh, they saw me.
Break it up. Time for happy hour. Where's my drink? Keep 'em coming.
I got a tier set block. Nice. A little tight.
Break it up.
I was like, I'll invite the token ranged player. Need one in every group.
To make sure the mechanics jockey, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
My power is transcendent.
Time for happy hour.
What happens if I touch him? Hey, here's the fun part.
Are you here to help? My zeal to get back in business led to faulty reasoning.
Your pal here signed some papers he didn't read. And now Goldie Baronbottom is BEO of this joint.
Help me,
Interrupt that.
please. Get my meadery back, Outlander.
A fort brew. Probably didn't need to fort brew there. I'll be honest. I probably didn't need to fort brew there.
Look at this really dumb shit, trying to get the attention.
Yeah, Brute, thank you for the resub, man. You've been well, friend.
A gift of power.
It's not as many deaths as I expected from that, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, the charging is kind of hard to predict for some reason.
Yeah.
Because
It's gonna be one of those things where, like, if the group is low and you have the charge on you, you're probably just gonna send it further so that there's time to stop the group. Got double charge boy here. Gonna trinket out with this. I don't have any purifiers left.
My power is transcendent. Share in it.
Saber. Woof, that one hurt.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds dick when they do that much. I don't know what to scale with.
Yeah. Our PTR keys? Yeah, they're not bad, Chris. How you doing?
Oh no, my stills! They bypass the filters! It's running too hot! The mead will be substandard!
Yeah, but there'll be more of it. More meat, more money.
More meat, more money.
Good business.
My
Where's this buff that they all
It
have?
was my personal directive,
Oh, they're all
my
enraged.
passion.
Okay, no trinket.
Ruining everything.
I'm gonna touch to clear my stagger. Much PTR dungeons this week and some yesterday. Nice. I think it's the dungeon pool is like these ones aren't that bad. Pretty fun. These hobgoblins are insane though. Oh, well done. Oh, it wasn't even done. I was hunter.
a gift
Oh
of
my
power.
Holy. Need to change the nameplate colors on a lot of these mobs. There's another brew over here. And another one. Wonder what the logic of those spawning those bruisers. Like, does it go on players?
I'm pretty sure it's like just a certain amount of distance away from the group or wherever the mob is, because it's always been like,
Yeah.
off-centered from the pool.
Let's grab that. Trinket.
Elemental? Made of mead? Oh, my cinder brew! The rubies are
They removed basically all of the
I
tank
cannot
busters
process
in
this.
the next dungeon set.
Oh, they're sure.
Yeah, like Theatre of Pain, Motherload, they got rid of basically all of them.
Is
Impressed. I mean, I think it's
Share
personally quite toxic for Pog tanking because holy shit, Pog's like super good.
Yeah.
Dealing with them.
Anything to make the role a bit more accessible.
So I think it should be upgraded. I think it should exist in Plus when relevant, but like, I think this season I'm gonna put it overboard.
Yeah. Drifting the boss.
These rings are so toxic.
Yeah, that was a bad ring from him. That one's better.
My power is
Those pools are so huge, actually.
Share in it.
Bad, not bad. Nice and clean.
Could be worse.
Not a huge fan of those ads, honestly.
Nah. I mean, I'm not fan of the spoilers either. Like, they should be appealing to the players, and not around them.
Yeah.
You do any more damage, and I'll cash you out, you hear me?
No
simply
way I
wish you
die
had
through
lasted a
Fort
little
Blue, bro.
longer.
Oh.
I'm out of range.
Okay, and the mobs just dash past me. Fair
A
enough.
gift of power.
These bees are toxic.
I wish I knew what's hitting me, honestly.
Maybe I don't pull that many bees in the future. The bees do like a leap that applies a debuff. Oh, the Wrangler also enrages them as well.
My power is transcendent.
Cast Bestial Wrath and they all get angry.
In it.
Those disappear. Final sting.
A gift of power.
Uh-oh, there goes the healer.
Only the strongest survive.
I guess the honey bunny went through.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, because I couldn't see it, but I was just trying to see deaths here.
Yeah.
Oh, it's shredding sting. Bizuka? Yeah, it took double hit.
Maybe it splashes. He was on top of someone. Let's soothe on Colors. I don't remember these bees being as deadly yesterday, I'm not gonna lie.
My power.
My bees! You put them in cages? They should be free gathering pollen in the forest.
We had to lock up your bees. Letting them be free range was too much labor. And their anger and frustration just makes their honey spicier. Right, Bank? Bank!
Time to bust out my bees! The best for my bees! Hot honey coming at ya!
Big talk.
Flap those wings, darling! Burns so sweet!
My power is trans.
Eating time! Hot honey coming at ya! Get those wings pumping! Burns so sweet! Got snacks for ya! Clap those wings, darling! Hot honey coming at ya! Burns so sweet!
My power is trans.
Get those wings pumping!
Oof. That hurt. Oh, that hurts.
The best for my bees!
Holy!
Honey coming
That's a
at
health
ya.
pop.
Flap those wings, darling! Burns so sweet!
It's a little bit.
We should use them to make a beeline to Goldie's office. Come back to the taps to use them.
Hey! You're really trying to be a bee in my bonnet, ain't ya? You may have disrupted my business, but I'm still boss.
Nice.
And
Barrels
this is
on
still
that fight
my
can't actually do damage, right?
meadery.
Nah.
Take out my bomb man.
Yeah, the
My
barrels
prototype
spawn the
and my
bees. Like, if you don't destroy the
beekeeper.
barrels,
Now
you get more
you're riding
bees.
my
But the bees don't
like
do
some
damage, only-
nature-loving
they only do damage
weirdo.
to tank,
I
right?
guess I'm
No, they
gonna have
do.
to
They
show
jump
ya
to
and your
people in the group and apply a dot.
rock-headed friend who's
Oh, that
boss.
one was.
A gift of power.
I have returned from the gym. Where did you train today, Connor? Did you have a good sesh? Shoulders try and abs. Oof. That's a good sesh. How's my mystery we're doing a million DPS, by the way, with Crackling Jade Lightning?
My power
Hello?
is transcendent. Share in it.
Alright, you may have gotten my employee, but now you're dealing with the BEO herself! You won't be taking this metering from me! Dashing out!
We're holding Bloodlust for next dungeon.
I will.
No, we did last time, though.
The tour's over.
Holy shit. Good thing I can fucking summon a Ferrari, because that would have been over.
Dashing out! Healing is my business, and it's booming!
Double stack and intermission.
Just for you!
A gift of power.
Dashing out! Boom time! Boom time! Healing is my business, and it's booming!
Again.
He's just not pressing anything
Just for you!
on that, yeah.
Market.
Too bad, 1.5 overall. Why is my mystery
He's
over doing
gone.
900k
Oh,
DPS
thank
single
the
target?
hive. It was a grave error listening to Goldie.
And this is post nerf with
But
Crackling
because
Jade
of
Lightning
you,
and single
I
targets
can
run
hire
short,
back
so
my workers
they're pretty
and
good.
get
Save
back
Megan, he's
in
playing League, I
business.
saw.
Thanks again.
And all their damage goes to healing as well.
Yeah. Look at my healing done overall. Look at like the Cinder Brew Stain. Getting plus trinket.
Oh yeah.
Just insane value on brew. As you buff absorbs with your Celestial Fortune.
No shot. What
Yeah.
the fuck? Because I thought it scaled with, I guess it's percentage chance based on your crit to be.
Hello there, Big Daddy.
So-
Something like that, yeah. Hey,
So I
BBB
guess,
Warrior, thank you for the follow.
Oh, and it grants primal stat whilst absorbing as well. Damn.
Yeah,
That's big. Because
it's like Sack Brood, but more defensive. Instead of like a damage proc, you get an absorb instead.
huge.
It's
Chrome.
very, very nice for tanks. It basically procs on CD every single minute. So like this was a 35-minute dungeon, No, it was 33 minutes. So it procced like essentially 33 times. Maybe like you might have missed one or two. So yeah. I actually think it's proccing more often than that though. Yeah, it is because the first part of the tooltip, you occasionally take a sip.
Because I'm also seeing that go on me as well. So yeah, it's
Yeah, it gives me and an ally an absorb. So like that's a random proc chance, and then every time I fall below 50% health, it auto procs to give me an absorb.
huge.
So that effect basically procs on CD, and then I also get like random absorbs. And I got, over the course of that dungeon, I got 47 procs. So if we assume like 30 of them were me falling below 50% HP because XD, then that's what, 17 random procs over the course of 30 minutes? That's like a 1 proc every 2 minutes or something like that. Isn't horrible.
No, not at all. I guess it's gonna be hard to like quantify the offensive value because of the. I don't know how much promo stat you're getting from this since the tooltip's like not scaled up.
It's 5.8k primary stat for me right now. It's 665.
Really, and that's also not going like that value of strength for primary stat is not being diminished when it's shared with other people.
I don't think so, no.
Damn, it's not bad actually.
Yeah, so it gives my ally 5.8k primary stat and a 270k absorb, and then I also take a sip and I get a little more than half of the primary stat and a 1.2 mil absorb.
Jeez.
Yeah. That's what healers should feel like. That's what tanks should feel like, bro. Okay. I'm gonna try Demon Hunter out. I'll give you lead. I'll relog.
Hopefully this character isn't bugged with the Q.
True.
Yeah, I mean, right now Frosty K is like really interesting because your single target spec is basically your AoE spec at this point.
Yeah.
So it's a second tier where that's the same. I don't know, like Unholy has to spec into it a bit more than Frost, so honestly it won't take much for Frost to just be like broken by default because I think what makes Unholy OP in the next tier is more like 2-target cleave orientated.
My face stream?
So yeah. Whereas like this is just legit
Your
like
face
the
stream?
prospect. Like I have an AoE that
I'm
does
confused.
quite decent damage, single target, and obviously scales into AoE.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It's gonna be interesting. It's actually a
favorite stream.
Brain Dead as well. So, yeah, you have a lot of time just to look around you.
SC tip goal. Yeah, but the amount that's already on there isn't from today. I did not make any commands because I'm a bad streamer. What this do? Please explain. How are we to support if we don't understand? Yes, explain. What? Just explain. Ah, I understand now. How's my favorite old man doing? Let's see, what dungeon do we want to do? Actually, no.
Time is money.
We could go. Could be
Could be-
Rookery. No.
Could be a priority angle.
Yeah, we can do Prairie.
Because I bet your stuff also procs, like Demon Surge, procs the buff. Oh, I guess we need a priest, and that'd be like a priest in
Yeah.
case.
Prairie, we need like a Paladin or Priest.
Yeah.
So we'll go Cleft.
Yeah. Ooh, Cleft. Wow, wait.
Hello there, Big Daddy.
Be careful out there.
Just a group, and then I'll. It's my UI. Yo, Letter thank you for the follow. A hangover built diff. Yeah, Jess is a lightweight now. She's like full lightweight. Speaking of pain, something in my mouth decided that it wanted to inflate overnight, so now I have a painful oh so over where my wisdom tooth would be. Maybe that's from where you sprayed yourself. What time is testing tonight?
It's either 7 or 8 server time, but I need to double check.
Put it in my calendar. I can take a peep. Yeah, it's 7. No, 8 server.
Okay.
Yeah, 8 server, and then I assume we're meeting up like half an hour before.
I think it might even be an hour, but yeah, I think we'll.
Well, it's heroic testing tonight, so not sure. I can imagine it's like an hour or so for Mythic.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Just chill, bro. Sure. Is you gonna play cards that only came out in beta MTG? Well, every card on the ban list. Okay, that's just toxic, Rich. What's that about? Be nice to friends. Or don't, fair enough. No, I'm playing that.
What's up? Keep it real.
Do my Hearth and Stormwind so I don't have to fly from Donegal every time.
That is a smart idea, actually. I should do that as well. It's the car beep song again. I just realized.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
this was a thing.
Yeah. I didn't bother popping cooldown too because of that stupid shit.
My power is transcendent. Share in it.
Ooh. Is that just melees?
Yeah.
You are getting hard for
I-
rocked.
Luckily, I'm getting like when things die, I'm getting credits for death strike, but that's the only thing keeping me alive right now.
A gift of power.
Oh man, Mr. Mage had 0 chill.
Weaklings! Here we come!
Saving meta for the boss. That was a very sad pains. So the Molehurts cast that they have like a haste buff in the group. Oh, but it gives them haste but reduces their damage. Interesting.
Fight White Spear! Fight Wink!
Ow, holy. Okay, fair enough. That hurt a little bit.
Oh my god! Now! Move, Wick! Better watch out! Weaklings, help Blackbeard!
Jesus, look at your damage.
I'm pressing like 2 buttons, by the way.
Are you doing the obliterate shit?
Yeah, it's just a bit very close.
I know this place. Old Wakespeare's been here forever. So
The thing is, I'm also playing on these trinkets, so
mean.
if I get the haste proc,
Ah,
every frost strike is approximately 5 stack Razor Ice. So
Faster, faster. I'll catch up.
nasty nibble.
and then every time you do
Nibble on
that like,
these, bro.
sequence, I have a chance to summon a frost scythe. So yeah, it's just like, I don't know, a lot of AoE damage and a lot of singles, so it's probably gonna be. I jumped in. I thought you were
Sorry, it's alright. No.
gonna situation where I can think of something about it. Ooh, 3 of these. What?
This might hurt a little bit. Wow, this tier set sucks now. So, before the Vengeance tier set was, every time it procced, if you were playing Felskard, it would give you, like, Sigil of Doom, right? Like, not Sigil of Doom, but it would give you, like, reset your abilities, and you could use it to proc your, Demon Surges. Now, you don't get any Demon Surge, like, procs. At all. They just removed the interaction entirely.
That blows.
Yeah. It was like actually a decent tier set with an interesting aspect to it, but now it's just like, okay, it's just another boring set. They fixed the DH tier set, yeah. It doesn't give any Demon Surge empowerments anymore. The fixer is now broken in another way. No, it's fixed. They made it significantly worse. It was okay how it was, but yeah.
My fire hungers, and you shall feed it.
Ow. I have a feeling this boss will get changes.
By the candle's light. By the candle's light.
Single target damage is still really good. It's not really good, it's like good.
My power is transcendent. Share in it.
By the candle's light.
At least that one can. I wouldn't say they will suck, personally. Big damn. Some are definitely better than others. I wouldn't say they all suck.
A gift of power.
don't have a target.
If tanks an active ability where you have to do a specific combo, that'd be awesome. I mean, no tier set gives you an active ability, right? So, and that would just be borrowed power, and they don't want to give you borrowed power, right? Some would argue tier sets are already borrowed power, but I feel like there's levels to it for sure. Why am I getting the mechanics?
Wax and ruin.
A gift of power.
I mold you now.
I feel like we just skipped the mechanic there because the amount of candles we had up, it's kind of crazy.
Yeah, as a play with IDF.
Yeah.
I guess we missed the second set of circles.
Yeah, that's what it felt like. So far between the testing, is it still Paladin most people to playing 10 plus, or are there other honorable mentions? Paladin's still the best tank, as of right now. And I'd be surprised if it doesn't remain the best tank unless they do something quite drastic.
No more Candle King. We can be free. But first, the darkness. Darkness cannot be time to flee. Flee to freedom. We can use Big Candle Cart to escape.
A gift of power.
This is not a fun roleplay.
I'm impressed they kept this in, to be honest. I mean, I think they had to, but it's like impressively bad.
Guess they kind of had to. I don't know. Like, I guess they couldn't remove it, but they should have changed it to make the cart go faster or something.
Yeah.
This is gonna get old really fast. Can't stun these guys.
Well, the weird thing is they've already made like quite a big change, which is like the amount of light you get
Yeah.
from Candle, and I feel like it's like a band-aid fix to something that honestly just isn't good.
That's 100% going to be the play, by the way. What I just did there, you literally just stand outside of the candle, and then when it drops low, you put it in. There is like a, there's only a certain amount that the candle fills up. It doesn't put it all the way to full.
Okay.
Doing meta, you perform Folklave and you gain a powered spike for 10 seconds. Oh my god.
I
think
need
I'm
to
dead.
target something first.
Never mind. That dot got very high stacks very quickly.
Yeah, a lot of funnel there to buff it.
Yep. I was also too busy reading chat to pay attention. Getting powered spikes. Giving damage. Giving 5% for X.
I don't have a target.
Damage reduction. Not a huge fan of that idea, I'm not gonna lie. You're basically just giving, at that point you're just giving Demon Hunter another hero talent. Like, or just talent option. Because that's exactly what Fellsguard is, right? Like the Demon Surge empowerments.
You don't die if you're like in the darkness, right? You just get like
Nah, yeah, it's just 99% reduced healing and damage.
yeah.
Quick, grab some dynamite. What's for me?
No escape. It's too far away.
Oh, that's cool actually. As Wiggs has the tracker now for how many times you hit the.
Yeah.
My power is
God, the affix has spawned.
Mage is actually okay.
I'm out of range.
Oh, my head.
Alright, let's do a big ball here. Come back to you. Where is it? I'm definitely dead here, by the way.
Oh right, yeah, of course.
But it'll be fun while it lasts. Yes, I'm not dead. Plot twist. Just gonna chill in my darkness for a minute. My darkness did 20 mil.
Yeah, that's some value.
It was just healing on myself. Kinda crazy.
Darkness descends.
RNG defensives are never good. Never
I
good.
should be juice maxing damage here, but
You should always have full control over your defensives as a tank.
A gift.
oh,
Nope.
just trying to juice max the candle up time, but a friend moved out with me.
Wanted to be friends.
It's such an unfun mechanic, the debuffing, and he's just like doing no damage. Like,
Yeah, it's not great.
very boring. I think you know DPS when you've got the fucking candle.
Yeah.
my power is transcendent. Share in it.
And it has like, you're like global locked with it as well, so you can't like immediately put it down either.
Yeah.
Nice. Oh, we almost free chested. Easy. Boom. Demon side damage, kind of off the charts. Yeah, this is a very easy dungeon if like you actually know what you're doing, kind of thing. The last boss can be absolute carnage if you like don't have someone doing the candle.
Yeah. And the thing is, like, it might be like a DPS player and a tank, but that should be like a tank or healer thing to do, right?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, probably tank. It depends on what tank you're playing with, because low mobility,
True.
you're not really going to get far, because you're going to be dragging the boss away from the candle where everyone else is, right? Run out. So it's like if you play with Org, it's like an Org angle, or if you play with, I mean, healers, it's healer angle as well. Alright. What dungeon next? I think you're very handsome. I think you're very handsome,
I
Liam.
think in Poirot again, like
You are very handsome,
it's
sir.
it's like a good Mongo AoE dungeon up until the last boss.
Yeah, that's true. I'll calm Paladin for that one.
Nice.
Touch you lead. And relog. Yo, quick, thank you for the keys. Edge team Lancer looking good. It's looking alright, yeah. Not looking bad. Chat, lock in. We're getting top 8 Plunderstorm Creative Royale. We need top 8. When can I see Nate Bear Tankateer, to be honest? Gosh, I don't want to play Bear, man. I don't want to play Bear. Ugh. The thing about, so, when it comes to, like, raid tanking, right? I'll explain this as easy as I can. It's, when it comes to raid tanking, you have 2 different roles. Or like 2 different types of tanks. You have the tanks that want to be the main tank and the other tank that wants to be the off tank, right? And it's just kind of how that is dictated is how the spec plays. So if you look at things like Bear, Demon Hunter, and Paladin, all 3 of those tanks aren't consistently strong like in the defensive department. So they cannot tank very well outside of their cooldowns. So they're really strong defensively in burst windows where they have their cooldowns rolling and they're actually able to sustain through with their cooldowns. But, you know, with just their passive mitigation, it's not particularly great. Whereas the tanks who want to be the main tanks are the ones that are very strong, like consistently, passively. So that's your Brewmaster, that's your Prot Warrior, and that's your DK. All 3 of those tanks are very good at basically just solo tanking a boss. So you kind of always want to find, not always because it's dependent on raid composition as well, but you kind of, ideally you always find a pairing between the off tanks and the main tanks, if that makes sense. You can invite me.
Oh shit.
In request. There we go. Oh, we lost our friends. Unlucky.
Yeah, I think you're the popular kid. No one's here without you.
It's this Saturday. This Saturday. Yeah. Tournament schedule, broadcast schedule. Okay. Oof. Okay. We've got our Plunderstorm Creator Royale schedule. Wonka shake. I'm nervous. I'm more nervous for the Creator Royale than I am for the race. That's ink this weekend? Yeah, it's this weekend. It's this Saturday. I can't make either of them though. Wait, 6 PM or 10 PM? Let me check. I might be able to make the 10 PM one. No, I won't be able to make the 10 PM one. I don't get done with PTR testing till 11, I think. How long is PTR? Yeah, I don't get done with PTR testing. I get done with PTR testing at 10. Hello there, Big Daddy. PTR testing finishes at 10. Yeah. Hello there, Big Daddy. Yo, Avlo, thank you for the follow. Accolade, thank you for the follow. Guess I could screen record it and we could watch it later. Yeah, that'd be good. Hello there, Big Daddy. SR Fake Tales. Where do I recognize that name from? SR Fake Tales? Is that Slave Raiders? Is that Kaif? No, that's not Kaif, but that is like, it's like one of Kaif's friends. Ostrom. I used to watch Kaif streams all the time. I think it is. It is, yeah. No, it's not Slave Raiders. Salt Raiders. Oh my god, I can't believe I called it Slave Raiders. I think I heard that in a video once. Slave Raiders. I mean, that would be fitting for Kaif, though, to be fair. Slave Raiders? I've seen him raiding in WoW. Thank you for the follow, man. It used to be called that, to be fair, then name change. Ah, okay, that's... There we go. There, see? See. I wasn't completely wrong. Yeah, I used to watch... I used to binge Kaif's videos back in BFA. It was a long time ago now. I couldn't believe it when we went. Me and Rage went to the War Within Alpha event in London, and Kaif was there, and I had absolutely no idea. I was standing right next to the man until afterwards. I literally even had a conversation with him, and had no idea it was Kaif until after the event. And I was like, "Wait, is that Kaif?" Looking at pictures.
I hate how goofy Dwarf looks, even though they're so OP.
5,
Yeah.
4, 3, 2, 1.
We're being placed behind. Literally, yeah. I should
The
take
expedition built
freedom
the
in this
priory
dungeon,
as a
actually.
place to contemplate the mysteries of Beledar. The god sought to kill you. Captain Dale Cry is protecting something. Each of his
Okay,
lieutenants
big damage, big
masters
damage.
his
I'm gonna focus down the sharpshooter.
Draw them away and defeat them.
We're gonna eye to him now. Got the glory. IT is falling, so we're gonna trinket. We're gonna refresh our sacred weapon now. And start kiting because they're dropping the shields. Finding light into kings. Probably should have bubbled there instead of kings, but well. I'm gonna let myself drop a little bit here, maybe. Oof, that was rough.
What the fuck was that?
I think the knight overlaps. You know, the guys who are riding the things. They do an AoE, and I think it just overlaps. There was two of them.
Stop and shot. I do that for that. I guess I can just stand in defense, right? Is that also?
Yeah, I don't know if it also gives you. Yeah, that'd be something. That'd be a good thing to test, honestly.
I don't see everything my.
Yeah, I don't get any buffs.
Yeah.
That might just be his allies. I was literally.
Is there? Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead. No.
Because the cost of sync, which is like mega toxic.
Yeah.
Stop and shot.
It might be just because of the way I pulled them, to be fair. Yeah, I was literally standing next to him.
I keep getting into change the phones before we start.
What talent are you missing?
Like AoE, sleep.
Like, I think there's a picture from the event, and I literally am standing next to the man. Bit of a fanboy moment, I'm not gonna lie. When I looked back at that.
A gift of power.
Shame, ma'am. Your training grounds fall to the intruders.
A big Ardent here. Kind of always want to be rotating the same kind of defensive when it comes to Paladins. So you get a lot of CDR on your Ardent, you get a lot of CDR on your Bubbles. So those always want to be kind of the two defensives that you want to lead with. Like, I don't need to press anything here because I'm not really taking damage, I'm not really in threat of anything. So now I've still got Bubbles, still got King, still got Trinket, all that good stuff. I'm gonna lead with Trinket here. So I don't really have anything. Trinket falls. So I'm gonna lay myself when I drop low here. That. And wait for my Kings to expire. My Ardent's already back up, so I should press the Ardent before I do like lay bubble. To be honest.
My power is transcendent.
You always kind of, unless you're saving lay for helping your group, you always want to lay before you bubble, as in like your defensive rotation. Because your lay of hands, obviously it applies forbearance, right? So you can't push your other abilities. Like I'm gonna lay it down there. It's probably a bit overkill, but your lay on hands applies forbearance, and therefore you typically can't usually use things like bubble. You can't use things like spell warding or bop on yourself when you have forbearance. It's a blacklist of sorts. But when it comes to bubble these days, you can bubble even though you have forbearance. It's actually really good. Really strong. This guy does really hurt, so you definitely want to be like, it's really greedy of me here to not use bubble there. Pretty much.
Helena, they have stopped the production of our weapons.
My power is transcendent. Share in it.
I Trinket now because I don't really have anything. I've got bubble still. I have Ardent coming up soon, so I didn't really want to press bubble when I have access to Trinket. There's a patrol that might get pulled there.
Finish them off, Lieutenant.
Could be fine though. This judgment debuff kind of hurts a lot, to be honest. Big funnel.
Ours is the true path for the Arathi. My spear aims true. Feel embers rise.
A bubble now.
My power.
Finish them off, Lieutenant.
He's offline.
Feel embers rise. My spear aims true. Faithless fall.
Well. Just hit the main boss.
Put an end to these heathens.
Use Ardent on this Pierce armor here.
My fang and claw.
Ready to kick the mini boss.
My spear aims true.
Do you have anything here? I have to be careful of my HP. He healed.
They were both.
My fang and claw. Show them the power of the flame. My spear aims true.
You know, if we just be hitting the main guy, I'm gonna swap to shield the off target to interrupt. Whenever we can. Let's say bubble.
My fang and claw.
Bubble.
Put an end to these heathens.
Gonna bubble the next debuff if we
Spear
cast
aims
it.
true.
He's not casting it, nice. But now.
Feel embers rise.
Not Ardent.
My power is transcendent.
Toll now
My
to
spear
interrupt.
aims true. Put an end to these heathens.
And then Kings. I probably should have I-tiered there instead of Kings. Oh, I need to adjust in my chair.
My fang and claw.
There you go. Alright, I have tiered this debuff. If it's not enough, then I can also trinket.
My
That.
spear aims true.
I didn't have shield. Now we're going to trinket this debuff.
Finish them off,
That should
Lieutenant.
carry us
Feel
through.
embers rise.
We could have also dwarfed. Dwarf would have been better there, to be honest. So we're going to dwarf this debuff. There we go.
My spear aims true.
I want to save wings for... I don't know how that spear hit me, not gonna lie. But I want to save wings for the next pull. It's very rough because I got hit by that spear. Usually drink, usually dance, usually bubble. Mahusive
Dale
pull
Cry
here.
was an Arathi.
Are these steel strikes, lackeys? God! God!
Alright.
I
Okay.
simply wish you had
Oh,
lasted
wait,
a
what
little
happened?
longer.
Oh my god, we still had the mini boss.
Yeah.
Wait, what happened? Did I get bolted from behind? Is that what happened?
No, just nothing melees.
Oh,
We somehow pulled the neophytes in it?
I guess the mini boss doesn't actually die after the thing. After the boss, the mini boss actually stays.
Yeah, unfortunately.
I hope the mage isn't in combat.
I think he's fine. Yeah, I think everything reset.
Yeah, I thought it died as well, but I realized as I started pulling that it was not dead at all. Trinket now as well. Bubbling. Having wings here is a bit sad, I'm not gonna lie. The
My
kings now.
power is transcendent. Share in it.
Ardent now.
That old fool's sister Blade.
Why is that line of sight?
Destroy these outsiders.
A toll soon. A dwarf some DR. Rolling now. Can lay myself if I need.
Her usefulness to the
We don't
Empire
need-
has passed. Soon, the true faithful will arise, and the Arathi will be mighty.
Gonna trinket now. Dodge that guy because he's casting out there.
A gift of power.
They've served their purpose. Baron, demonstrate your worth.
Alright.
Those who
This boss is gonna be a good one.
will fall at our feet. By the Emperor's will.
Oh, we actually bloodlusted. Did we not blood? Oh no, we didn't bloodlust the first boss because this mage was dead. He DC'd on 4.
Guides my hammer. Of course you fall.
Rest in peace, set. I'll get you out. Careful.
Yeah.
By fire, I am healed. Shielded
It's over
by
there.
flames
Let's go get it.
light. The flame empowers me.
This debuff is something to definitely watch out for as a tank. He increased 100% for his damage.
Flame cleanse you. Shielded by flames wrath heal me.
I would be surprised if they don't increase the damage on that area there.
Transcendent.
Yeah.
Share in
By my holy hammer. The flame empowers me.
His hammers look like a fun time. Yeah, they're not that bad.
By my shield. Defeat.
Murpray has walked the priory from a place of contemplation to an
They
uprising.
consecrate now.
Why?
Kick that one, kick that one.
She has always preached of the strength of the Emperor's will, but to turn against us is madness.
Shrink it now. I can just ride the wave until next ball. I don't want to farm wings back a little bit, so we're going to spend as much holy power as we can, Word of Glories, etc. Going to be spamming Blessed Hammer on the way to the next ball. And we'll have wings back now. Big.
Beledar is the crucible. It burns away weakness. Its blinding light reveals
Using
the
wings
strength
now.
we Arathi lacked. With an army of the Risen, the Arathi will defeat the Nerubians,
Gonna
conquer
Ardent
Azeroth,
now.
and subjugate the world.
Finding light.
No,
Sack down.
such heresy. They defiled the sacred flame by animating the dead.
Dodge
They
one.
are no better than the Kobis.
Bubble now. Oh my god. Okay. Those paladins. Jesus. Is it just the Divine Tops that killed you?
I actually haven't got the red trade down yet.
You look bonked.
Yeah, it's a Sacred Soul Purification.
Oh, Firebolt volley went off as well. Oh. I have the wings just to heal myself.
Of power.
They're requesting your death so you can buff us, but I'm just
Ah.
holding W.
Yeah, I'll come back.
I simply wish you had lasted a little longer.
Oh, a volley went through.
Yeah.
Okay. That would explain it.
Yeah, it went through just before like a toll. Like 2 seconds before, I think.
Yeah.
I really wish T-cells wasn't bugged on this character so I could actually see like damage overall. Instead of just current meters. Oh. That's a shield if I've ever seen it.
My power is transcendent. Share in it.
JMS.
Might have to buff the Bozos again.
Yeah. I know, they ran back.
Yeah, but they can't click.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, I can get it next time we die. If we die. Drink it like strike.
Why is the guy looking for his ally?
Check that. I have tier for the next tank hit.
A gift of power.
I got nothing for
Foolish
these.
outsiders. Beledar's sacred flame will simply raise him back to duty.
Shield of the Righteous cards are popping off.
One sec.
Yep.
Alright, I'm ready.
Sacred flame will cleanse your transgressions.
They're pinging me to clear the trash as if that's even gonna be enough
Burn by sacred flame.
for the count that we need at the end.
Yeah.
It's PTR testing, guys. Okay, we called on to this, fair enough. I mean, I'm not gonna be the one who dies.
My flame. Flames take you.
I get a couple of Fitman explosions in a second.
My blaze be purified. My faith, my flame. Brothers and sisters, hearken to the flame.
I don't have to be slow.
Yeah.
My power is transcendent. Share in it.
My blaze be purified.
Okay, we're staying soon now.
My flame.
Yep.
Burn by sacred flame.
What we can solve this one.
Yeah. Be able to.
Just the AoE damage is 5%. I don't remember it
Burn
being
by
this high.
sacred flame.
It should settle down now.
I don't know that it was in the first place. At least it
My
brings
blaze be purified.
Oh,
My
this is
faith,
pure.
my flame. Burn by sacred flame.
Yeah, the only thing that's going to do damage to it now is going to be the Purify and the Blinding Light.
Yeah. It's gonna go in here as well.
Put it in a fire even.
Burn by
This
sacred
way.
flame.
Oh my god, that's such a toxic
My faith, my flame. My blaze be purified.
Sorry, it's 50 mil. Surely I can win.
Take you.
I bugged it out because I bubbled.
Burn by sacred flame.
Okay, that is so toxic.
My faith, my flame. My blaze be purified.
is transcendent. Share.
By blaze they purify! See you burn!
It is done. These zealots no longer steer our faith towards destruction.
Trash, bro. But the trash. Oh, how could I forget the trash? Oh my goodness. Oh. Anyway. Unlucky. Hello. Okay.
Yeah, Bro is fun up until like the last half of the dungeon. Which Donna do you fancy next?
I'm back, sorry.
Yo, all good.
Yeah, I can do some more.
Might as well sniff the rookery now.
Oh, oh, here we go.
Is D&D slope going to be annoying to play with?
Oh, in Rookery?
Yeah.
No, it should be fine. Thank you, Warlock. Okay. Am I live on YouTube right now? I should be. There we are. Nice. Oh, priest. I haven't seen a priest on PTR just yet. I'm gonna try it, Templar.
Is it just a damage increase versus like you lose a bit of defensiveness from what's it called? Lightsmith.
Yeah, pretty much.
Interesting.
I think out of the 3 dungeons that are available, I think Rookery is my least favorite. Or 4 dungeons, even. I think Rookery is at the bottom, and then it's Cleft, and then I think Priory and Meadery are good.
Fair.
I was to like try and put them in a list of any kind. No, I just don't like Rookery. I don't like boss rooms that you feel like you have to clear everything inside of in order to play the boss. Like the first boss, you basically have to clear all the trash in order to play the first boss because of how it works. Like you don't have to in a coordinated group because you can actually like skip packs and not pull them during the boss. But if you play with pugs, it's just a disaster. You have to full clear the whole room. And then like, yeah, I guess like Meadery has one boss like that, second boss. You know, the one with the blobs that like chase the boss.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's not a fan of the trash in Rookery either.
It's a bit of a jank. I think the first area is a bit jank, to be honest. Especially you got like mobs charging around, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
And also, like the first boss in general is quite jank, where like you just don't have indicators for where the boss beams are gonna start. You just have to know. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
That's. It's a little bit toxic. And honestly, I like the corridor, to be honest. I just don't like the damage it does to your group, but I think the kind of like Mongo AoE cleaving is fun.
I think the corridor would be nice if they removed like the puddles that drop on the floor from like every mechanic.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a bit like, I find that because there's so many of those mobs that drop those puddles, I just find it super excessive.
Yeah.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
My talents didn't change. Why am I still playing Lightsmith? There we go. 3, 2, 1.
Thank the Titans you are here. The Storm Perch has been breached, and the Storm Riders corrupted. What is that orb? While you go to the roosts, I will distract them here. We can link up.
My Imperial Hammer didn't really do that much there. I kind of griefed my CDs a little bit.
The title, the glory, it should have been mine, Pilgrim. You never deserved to be Stormward.
That point's flexible.
My power
Hello there, Big Daddy.
is transcendent.
Yeah, Nim, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated, friend.
You know what I hate? The boss isn't like, if you're a burger, you're just pulling that mob, yeah?
Yeah. Every time as well.
A gift of power.
In the boss. TSF proc would be so ideal right now. Oh, not fair enough, is it?
The fuck? The ads from the other side?
Huh? Oh, what the fuck? They're just chain casting on me, that's fun.
Can't move my character today. My WSD is broken. I can only move my mouse.
Of power.
That's unfortunate.
Because they just everything pulls if you kill the boss, I guess. So,
That's cool.
and of course,
Only the strongest survive.
Well, I was pumping.
Yeah, Parent Hammer's pretty naughty.
Maybe my shield bounced to them, but I can't imagine that was a thing. Actually, it might have been. Walk out of the dungeon and go again. Daniel wants to.
Yeah.
I actually think it might be my shield that pulled them, because the boss hitbox expands to be so big, so maybe it actually can bounce to other mobs in the room.
I'm logging. I can double check. It's not uploaded yet. But yeah, I think it's pretty safe to assume that.
The storm perch
You have
has
to
been
clear the whole room.
breached and the storm riders
Well,
corrupted.
that, but I think as well, both can be true. Like, I think we probably want to clear, but you probably pulled with your shield.
Yeah.
Because I think we would have pulled them way earlier. Like, they started coming to us, they started coming during the intermission, so I think you're right.
Yeah. What the fuck is this boss? Yeah, it's something.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
My add-on isn't putting my key in automatically. Ding.
Fuck.
Thank the Titans you are here. The storm perch has been breached and the storm riders corrupted.
My damage is naughty.
While you go to the roosts, I will
Yeah, it's not even
distract them
fucking
here. We
Empyrean.
can
I guess
link up.
Empyrean Hammer's only just topping, but like SOTR is just.
Yeah,
cranking.
I got tier set proc to, like midway through the pull. So it
Yeah,
just cranked.
I just low rolled that pull as well. Like my TSF barely proc that pull. So that's a low roll.
Oh my god, did Dan just get zapped by like all of them?
The glory. It should have been mine, Pilgrim. You never deserve to be
I guess.
Stormward.
What's this gone so far wrong?
They look buff.
Back and cast speed increased by 50%. There they are. Buffed. By what I couldn't tell you.
I simply
just,
wish you had lasted a little longer.
Maybe we reset and go again. I actually killed Dan there. Yeah, Dan got meleeed because he walked into the ball. And then Yeah, you got quadruple lightning bolted. Unlucky. Yeah, like pull his band, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you have to pull with Divine Toll in that scenario.
Yeah. I did have toll, it didn't throw shields at farm mobs.
Oh, fair.
Guess we have to go to that pull. As
Yeah,
opposed to
true.
like doing anything else.
Thank the Titans you are here. The Storm Perch has been breached, and the Storm Riders corrupted.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
This is the one.
Yep.
Thank the Titans
TSM
you are
will actually
here.
proc
The
this
Storm
pull as
Perch
well.
has been breached, and the Storm Riders corrupted.
ATS at proc from me, such. I didn't even beat Dan this time. That is truly sad.
While you go to the roosts, I will distract them here. We can link up.
It's a decent damage though, 4.2 mil.
Yeah.
The title, the glory, it should have been mine, Baelgrim. You never deserved to be Stormward!
My power is transcendent. Share in it.
Oof. Okay.
I wish I knew what was buffing the mobs. I guess it's proximity to that bird there.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe it's just, I don't know. Maybe it's just fucking roleplay piss.
A gift of power.
Damage is pretty good. I wonder if it's like purgeable or something.
No, this is
Oh, they lost the buff there.
A gift of power.
Goodbye, Kino. Oh, he lived.
yeah, had a mess up, thankfully.
I need a target.
Now we win.
Can't drink anymore.
Oh my god, I'm about to ascend. Okay, this is over now. There goes my healer.
A gift of power.
Is he dead again? What the hell?
Yeah, he got hit by the beam as the spawn.
I can do it better here. Oh, the Templar Paladin feels so good actually.
Did they buff it?
My
or did they
power
just nerf like
is
Just left Nightsmith.
transcendent.
And the tier set plays into
Share in it.
into it more. Yeah. Bang PT up.
Finally, I thought I'd have to fight Goran on my own.
Oh my god, the most Uru fucking my bad message.
Holy. Yeah, we can play some games if you want comics, see? I had to delete everyone off Battle.net in PTR, so I can add you again.
Oh no.
To chaos.
A gift of power.
Everyone's gone. Tina. Give you a sec.
That's fine.
I'm dead. Good luck. Maybe I shouldn't pull that much. We survived it last time we did was here.
I simply wish you had lasted a little longer.
made it. We were, I think that pack we chained with was like half health, if not a little bit less.
Yeah.
I'm-
I didn't pull it right away because Dan it was when Dan pulled me a bitch basically that I pulled more. I think the pull pack was like 80%. So it was like it wasn't that much after, but
Nah, that's fair. I'm just trying to see what killed them. Arcing Void or Tracking Shadows? Is Arcing
it's
Void
just gonna be
interruptible?
Arcing Void isn't interruptible now. It's just a random cast that the filers do. And they're called the filers. Like the big mob that does a sucking, they cast it.
Mm.
They also do the Festering Void, so that drags everyone in.
Yeah, they did a lot of damage before.
And then you've got the mobs that the Void Crushers that do the other shit.
A gift of power.
Those Void Crushers are brutal. You basically have to pre-move if you don't want to take any ticks of the damage.
I mean, area denial like this in such a tight space, just
Yeah. Like I think if they legit just remove that mechanic, I don't think this area is that bad.
I think they just have to be smaller.
Yeah, all
That's
that.
fine. But yeah. Oh, it grows.
My power is transcendent.
Fucking hell, your damage you have transcended.
Oh wow. Yeah, with having pops, yeah, first burst is just. That's it.
You have damage so often as well.
Yeah. I think I hold the res, right?
Yeah. Though our mage is dead as well, so.
I'm impressed nothing's hit there as well.
Yeah. I don't know who decided to put these two mobs, like, in front of the final door. Yeah.
My power is transcendent.
It's kind of insane.
Share in it.
It legit makes you think that they don't, you know, test these things at all. They don't play their own game.
That damage is
A little absurd.
just pulling for us.
Come then.
Love that.
I will stand proud on the debris of your corpse. The Void Riders follow me now. I command this rookery. By right. Share in my gift. The might of my hammer. My strength
And he's gone.
prevails.
Just a chill guy.
Just a chill guy.
Your death is my directive.
Now the kitten has to do it again. Oh, this is flashing.
By my power. Share in my gift. Your death is my directive.
So I guess the guy with the debuff goes behind the boss.
My strength prevails.
The puddle spread.
Of course. Why don't
The might of my hammer.
like me trying to be smart going behind the boss and slashing my teammates? Yeah. It's
Yep.
just well, I guess. Boss can just say debating.
In my gift. Your death is my directive.
Bro, why are you over there?
Oh.
Oh, you can just remove the debuff entirely off the face of the earth with AMS.
The might of my hammer.
Like pre-AMS, then it's the one, then it tries to jump to you, it just disappears.
By my power. Share in my gift. The might of my hammer.
Bro, you're gonna reset the boss. Where's our healer? Okay, our healer's dead.
No, just out of range.
Oh yeah, they GS themselves.
The might of my hammer. My valor, your
Don't have anything for these.
feel my blessing. Your death is my directive. Your death is my directive.
Damn, big damn.
Crushed by my power. Share in my gift. Your death is my directive. My strength
This box sucks so much. He's gonna be leaping on us in melee now. Oh, we should kill him first.
Holy.
Oof. Imperial Hammer is doing a little bit of damage. The body's still going to be good? Yeah, it's still going to be the best tank. Unless they change something drastic in the tuning patch that's coming up. But I don't think they will.
My power.
You getting any FPS drops here by any chance?
I'm not getting any FPS drops now.
In it.
I got a beast of a PC now. Guess I'm locking out again. Yes, sir. That's good. Pro is good.
Colder as we go down. But there are more survivors to what is that? The lift is out. If we want to keep going, we will have to go down. Thus, we have to take it down.
I literally did like this is all pointless mobs to pull, but I did it just because I had big cooldowns.
You slut. I was like 40 seconds away from the end of the pad.
So you got it here, surely, right?
A gift of power.
This is all you doing. Here we're going up.
Well, next board,
I got an extraction button. The Storm Rider's coming in. It stunned the mob.
Oh wow.
I love roleplay.
I mean, because you pulled me to combat, I'm gonna do Dr. J reset.
No way. There's no way. The Dr. J reset.
My power is transcendent.
Bro.
Share in it.
I got you, bro.
It's so
That's my damage out of CDs. That's kind of criminal. Mage, man. Panic body.
My power is transcendent.
Bro, this pack is so toxic. What is this area denial?
They changed the bleeding straw.
Yeah. Holy, that did damage.
Why are these mobs?
Yup. The boss is gonna want to put as well. Yeah. My mage dead. Huh? There's an ad.
That's fine.
Oh, they didn't break pillars and ad spawned.
Guess I should remember to cleave it.
Shouldn't have been there to begin with, to be honest.
Destroy. Smash.
The mage is dead. Oh, he moved.
Well, the pillars spawn on static sides, so I have to be up.
I think so. The cuddles are growing. That's all right. That's cool as well. Someone's dead. Yep. No.
Void offers no
Unlucky.
second chance.
And I can't remember what drops the claws in that fight.
There's like dispellable debuffs.
But when they expire, you're just clearing pillars with them, right?
I think so. Yeah, I think so. What was the overall for that dungeon like? My details is bricked.
I'm gonna send a screenshot. Probably had the longest one actually.
1.7 overall. That's pretty solid.
Yeah.
Almost beat the mage. 1.7 million overall, chat. Holy smokes. Templar prop paladin is ranking. Here's the image. Mm-hmm. 1.7 million overall. Oofed. Templar is legit just. So anyway, I started blasting every time you press Eye of Tear. Especially when you get a tier set proc. It's insane. Yeah. Yeah, I'm playing Templar. My single target damage was really high as well. It's kind of crazy.
It's not what I expected actually.
It's not as much, or it's as.
Well, sorry, it's surprisingly high because what are you using to? I guess you have a lot of judgments, right? So you're buffing Imperial Hammer by a fair bit.
Yeah, pretty much. Basically all it is.
Do you have anything that passively calls in judgments outside of Divine Toll?
Well, Divine Toll is Avenger's Shield. It's not even Judgment.
Oh shit, yeah, that's a good point actually.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No, it's all just my judgments.
that's surprisingly high actually, yeah.
Yeah. Literally, your rotation, it's a bit weird. Your rotation in Templar, whenever you are in, whenever you're like, are in your Hammer of Light window, you don't press anything other than Hammer of Wrath and Judgment if you can help it.
Yeah.
Just because you obviously more Imperial Hammers. Yeah. Like you, the only time you ideally press Avenger's Shield outside, like during that window, is if you are interrupting something. Because you get 1 holy power every time you interrupt something with Avenger's Shield.
Or specifically interrupting.
Yeah, it's because of this talent here. That talent.
Oh, holy shit, okay.
Yeah. So every time you interrupt an enemy with Avenger's Shield, whether it's Divine Toll Avenger's Shield or your normal Avenger's Shield, you get 1 holy power. Yeah, but out on Conk, your Wet Paper Towel, yeah, I mean, it's definitely just a damage option.
And you'll never want to cap holy power, right? You're just making sure you're generating as much as you can to extend the
Yeah, pretty much.
Shake the Heavens window.
Yeah, you're just slamming constantly.
But like that must be best for mitigation as well, right? Because in the past, SOTR uptime has been like a bit sus.
It's okay these days. Like SDR uptime, it's like actually not that bad at all.
Damn.
Like you can struggle sometimes if you're outside of wings, and you haven't like pre-built holy power going into a pool. Like that, then it's really sus and you're playing catch up. But as long as you're actually like pre-building holy power with Blessed Hammer before pool, then you're usually like being chilling.
That's pretty big.
You are like kind of squishy though, as Templar compared to Lightsmith.
Well, I guess you had like the passive shield on you, and I guess like the
it's the shields. The you get like a flat 5% armor and primary stat as well.
Shit, yeah.
There's a handful of things that are kind of insane. They did nerf tempered in battle though, which is it kind of makes like Templar more appealing. Like tempered in battle before could like proc back to back basically, as well as a couple of other things. So you did a lot of healing with tempered, but now it's not that great. Was the good suck? Yeah. You could also heal pets with tempered in battle, like, so if a priest mind controlled like a crafter in Aquatic Wake, for example, my tempered in battle would passively heal the mind controlled pet.
What the fuck?
Yeah, it's kind of that was a weird interaction. It could happen.
It's smelling like another prop alley season.
Oh yeah, 100%. Unless something like big changes with the like tuning pass that's coming up, Prop Alley will 100% still be meta in season 2. Like the dungeon pool is perfect for Pally as well. Like if you actually look at what dungeons that are coming, you've got Cinderbrew Meadery, which has like infinite spell ward applications. It's got a bunch of bleeds that you can bubble and dwarf off and bop off. It's got like some, actually I don't think there's any dispels in Meadery, but yeah, all of that stuff. There's a bunch of tank busters in there as well, which Paladin is good for because you have like a button for everything. You got Dark Flame Cleft. I mean, Bubble spell warding's good again. You have a disease to spell in there, which Paladin can do. And there's again a bunch of tank busters, which Paladin has infinite buttons for. Like Priory, Paladin's insane. You just solo interrupt fucking every single mob. You've got freedom to clear traps from some of the trash that drop. And solo interrupt the first boss. Like, it's kind of just insane in Priory.
Yeah.
And then Rookery, it's pretty good. Like, Spell Warden is kind of OP on some of the bosses and trash. I like your group.
Mm-hmm.
Floodgate, you can make any tank work, to be honest. That doesn't really matter. But there are a lot of tank busters in Floodgate that are like pure magic damage. So, again, infinite defensives for infinite tank busters. And then Theater of Pain, like on high keys, you know, that dungeon, the bosses in that dungeon were like infamous for just being super obnoxious. And Paladin utility helps you consistently live those bosses.
Yeah.
As well as like the interrupts. There's usually like, there's not that many mobs in that dungeon that require interrupts. And I mean, with Paladin, there's none, right? And then Workshop, last boss, Spell Ward is kind of insane. So is Sack. And then Motherload. Like, yeah. There's so many. Unless they might change Motherload a lot. That is hard to tell, but there was a lot of interrupts to do in Motherload back in the day.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it was, it's been so long, but I imagine like the goblins just before first boss, there's a lot of like just casters in the...
Yeah. So
I can't...
there was the casters that did like the ice beam. You had the Fugs that had like an enrage cast. And I think there was one other mob, but like I think they were called assassins or something. And you had so many of them in like the first area that just all needed kicks.
Oh yeah, because you needed stops for it, right? It was like a channel, like
Yeah.
you just needed to stop, yeah.
It like did like a fan of knives type thing, and you had to stop it, otherwise it like murdered your whole group. Yeah.
I think Motherload would be probably a highlight of the M+ season, but
I think Prot Warrior could be like Prot Warrior is hit or miss because in half the dungeons, like the thought of playing Prot Warrior makes me throw up a little bit in my mouth, and in the other half of the dungeons, it's like a wet dream with Spell Reflect.
oh,
Do you want to do Priory 10? Nah, that was my last PTR key for now. Thank you though.
I guess, is there anything to Spell Reflect before then as well, like in general?
I don't know about the new dungeons too much, but in Theater of Pain, there was huge Spell Reflect value on the last boss in particular.
Oh yeah.
Like there was a Reaping Scythe, which was the tank hit, and it did like millions of damage, right? And you just reflected it and chunked to the boss for like 10% HP every time.
Christ.
And then Motherload, like Spell Reflect is insane in that dungeon too. Like the third boss was pure magic damage, and you always reflected one of the debuffs she put out, and it just melted her health pool. Last boss, she could reflect his auto attacks as well because they were pure magic damage.
Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah. So, like, Spell Reflect could be kind of OP. Like, Prot Warrior could be sleeper OP just because of that. But the idea of playing Prot Warrior in something like Cinderbrew Meadery, where there's just infinite bleeds and magic damage, is kind of scary.
On the topic of like ability or like autos that do magic damage, isn't it Rick Reverb that does solid damage on every melee?
What, in the raid?
Yeah.
Yeah. Rick Reverb does it. Lock and Stock does it as well.
Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah. Lock and Stock, yeah, he applies the Grabby Gunk debuff. I think that's magic damage at least, if I remember rightly. I could be misremembering now. About Vengeance Demon Hunter? What do you mean? Oh, what's another good tank choice? like Prop Warrior is going to entirely be dependent on what they do with Spell Reflect, honestly. Like, and whether Prop Paladin's good or not. Like, literally every other tank is going to be dependent on how good Prop Paladin's. I think DK won't be good because it has scalability issues. I think Prop Warrior is dependent on Spell Reflect. And how well they can deal with the bleeds in a couple of dungeons, like Dark Flame Cleft and
Is it
Cinder
probably
Metery.
by far like the highest single target damage as well? Because like I haven't seen other tanks do this yet.
It's like I don't know too much because I haven't really tested a bunch. But I think DK is doing really high damage. Paladin's doing, yeah, DK's doing crazy good damage as Sandlane. But like DK is a weird one because if you mess up the rotation in your Dancing Green weapon windows, you do a lot less damage. But if you actually know what to do, like your damage is kind of skyrockets. So DK, Paladin, and then like Druid of the Claw Bear does a lot of single target too. But you don't play Druid, like you would only ever play Druid of the Claw in raid if you're the off tank and you're not tanking much.
Right, yeah.
Because you're just a wet paper towel. What else is there? Brew does okay single target. Vengeance does okay single target. Warrior does really high single target if there's an extended execute phase. Because execute is so insanely OP.
Do you have to shift that off distance for it?
No, no, they changed that a while back. You don't lose damage for being in distance anymore as prop.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because in being Fae, people were just fucking taking in like
Battle stance, yeah.
Battle stance, yeah.
Yeah. I actually preferred it when it was like that because it like incentivized stance swapping for like tank bosses and stuff, and now it's just kind of brain dead. You just always sit in D stance, never swap out of it. Like, what's the point of having stances if you're only ever gonna just sit in one?
I think Warrior got unfairly treated for being meta as well in that like period of Dragonflight, because I think it went from like Warrior being meta for one season and like being like just okay, sure, overwhelmingly good, but like you could play other things and people were playing other things.
Yeah.
To DH being meta for like what 2-3 seasons in a row.
Yeah.
So I mean like, and then Prot Warrior got punished for being meta. So I don't know.
Well, that like season, actually, you've just reminded me as well. It's basically the exact same thing happened in season 1 of Dragonflight that happened in season 1 of The War Within. So you had Prot Warrior, which was looking really good, and it was the meta tank. And then out of nowhere, Blizzard turbo buffs Prot Paladin. And then anytime Paladin is like even remotely good, it's just always a meta tank because it's just got such an overloaded kit.
Yeah.
So it's the exact same thing happened in both season 1 of Dragonflight and season 1 of The War Within. Because like Warrior was really, really good at the start of The War Within as well. And then bang, Prot Paladin buffed. No one's playing Warrior anymore.
I don't even understand the logic of like how they buff these classes.
I think like M+ tanking is in a really like volatile state, and it's all because of Paladin as well. Like anytime Paladin is remotely good defensively, it's just always the best tank because of like the rest of its kit. Like it doesn't even need to be doing damage.
But you know what's worse is because it's like it's benefited from the whole CC not interrupting costs anymore.
Yeah. Like Blizzard's philosophy has pushed Paladin, like even with its already overloaded kit, like their philosophy has just pushed Paladin even more into favor.
Yeah, I don't get it. It must be like because they're chasing their own tail when it comes to tuning, and I just don't understand.
Yeah,
What?
it doesn't make sense.
Because you make tanks like Brewmaster objectively worse because their only ability to prevent casts after using their only like single target interrupt makes things recast. Like that's
Yeah.
so aggressively dangerous. I don't know.
Like that, it's a flaw in how they've designed both the tanks. Like Prop Paladin, so like one of two things need to happen. Prop Paladin either needs a rework, or like just make Avenger's Shield not interrupt, but then it loses like a core part of its identity, right?
Yeah.
Or the dungeon design just needs to drastically change. Like there needs to be way less casters, and the cast needs to be less punishing. And then other tanks just need access to their defensives more often, because it's like tanks like DK just hardcore suffer from scalability issues because you have such little access to your defensives that you just eventually run into a problem of just being one shot if you don't have one or more or multiple defensives rolling. And it's the same with like Brewmaster. Brewmaster is really good at taking like singular massive hits, but consistent small like white damage, Brewmaster is like you just fall over.
Yeah.
And it's so stupid that is even a thing.
Yeah. That's actually been a core design issue since release, because I remember Brewmaster and Challenge Mode Dungeons, you needed to pull more trash to keep surviving. Like
Yeah.
in some of these like medium-sized pulls, you were just not generating enough Gotox. You're just rotting, and you don't have like your like big buttons sometimes. So yeah, it's yeah, but it's such a weird thing where like you're saying there, like currently if they want to make the situation that they put themselves in better, they need to change how they design dungeons. But like I think objectively that makes it worse because it limits them how they can design dungeons. If they're like, oh, there's too many casters here. Instead, they should give the power back to the player, then rewarding for stopping these like casts going through with their own utility. Like,
yeah, that's true.
It's so crazy to me that like you're actually punished more often than not if you're using AoE CC randomly in a pug.
Oh yeah, 100%. Like, it's the worst thing in the world trying to do a high key and walking into a pack and then just someone throws out, I don't know, let's say double incap totem, full DRs the entire pack randomly just because they want to get their CC on cooldown to look like they're doing something, and then the pack is just, you know, has free reign to just murder your entire group.
And this is also off the back of pugging in Dragonflight Season 1, I think, as well, or maybe even Season 2, because this is when Shamans were meta, and they got the knock-up for the first time. Like, the talent makes things knock up. So, in pugs, to be honest, like, you just had, like, weak auras saying, oh, you know, your CC next, and people will push. Okay, your CC next, you push. So, it kind of really helped pugging, because people could just get a weak aura and add on to organize this stuff for them, and it worked.
Yeah.
And the thing is, people still wiped like the bozos all the time, but when it worked well. But Blizzard I don't think they like that for some reason. I can't tell why. Like, it's such a honestly, at least the war within like M+ is so dead, and they kind of realized, okay, we kind of backed ourselves into a corner here.
Yeah.
There's legit like no one testing PTR keys and no one playing keys on live.
Yep, the M+ scene is just, it has that just actually died.
Yeah.
Like, there's so little people playing compared to normal. Like both high keys and like lower keys as well.
Yeah.
Like people, like one thing in regards to Brewmaster, like, and bringing power back to the player, one thing a lot of people have said is like, oh, bring back old Ring of Peace where it had like a silence, or bring back like old Ox statue where it like gave Celestial boost to your group. I think the Ox statue thing is nice, but like bringing back AoE silences, I think does more harm than good. Like, there was a reason they were removed after Legion, and I think that was honestly better for the health of the game. And then you went from Legion into BFA, which was, Legion was, at least by people who played back then, considered one of the best M+ seasons, because, you know, it was just mass AoE pad fest. You know, you never really had to worry about too much because you just chain silenced every single bull in the dungeon. And then you went into BFA where it was kind of the opposite. You didn't really have the AoE silences. You had what felt like a perfect amount of mobs in like pools, to where you had to coordinate like who's kicking what, and like a singular melee kick was enough to solo interrupt a mob, and there wasn't any like spam casters. There was no like crazy stuff like that really in the entirety of BFA. You have a few exceptions to that, obviously, like things in Shrine of the Storm, right? But for the most part, it was always like one person, one melee kick could solo interrupt a mob. And that kind of just carried the entire season, because then you ended up just playing like, you know, 2 melees, and you had your tank, and then pretty much you just built the entire route around, okay, how many interrupts do we have for these amount of mobs? If we have enough interrupts, we can do the pull. If we don't, then we have to adjust the pull. And like these days, you need multiple melee kicks for singular mobs, and it's just way too much. Like, I think BFA was kind of, at least in regards to interrupts, was like peak design for M+.
I think that also resonates with him. I've heard a lot that BFA Season Plus, M Plus was like consistently really good throughout, and especially because it was not only really good, but we also had really good specific affixes like Season 2, last season. I think Season 3. What was Season 3's before?
Season 3 was a bit shit. It was the emissaries. It was like you had the void emissaries and those things. That one was a bit cursed.
Yeah.
But
because it was Reaping, the second one, right?
Yeah, it was. So it was. I actually don't remember the Season 1 affix. Oh, it was Gahoonies, yeah. Okay, that one was kind of garbage. So they went garbage into Reaping, which was goated, into Void Emissaries, which was kind of shit. And then you had the
generals.
Yeah, that Awakened was so good.
Yeah.
And then you went from BFA into Prideful in Shadowlands, which was... It wasn't complete garbage, but it wasn't great. Yeah. And then you had... What was Season 2? You had the Lieutenants again, which, again, it wasn't awful, but it wasn't great.
Yeah, you had... I think what made them bearable was because you got anima powers from them. So I think you got player power, and that it was kind of like a neutral experience, to be honest.
Yeah, it was Kiss Curse. Like, if you and you could decide whether you wanted to play them or like whether the buff was actually worth it. And then like you had to deal with the debuff on the last boss. Like that was a good design. In regards to that, like the whole Kiss Curse thing, I think is fine. And then you had Season 3, you had Cryptic, which was like the Woe Drifter buff and like the mass amount of CDR you got from like killing the big tank dude.
Oh yeah.
And like that was a really good seasonal affix. And then you had Shrouded after that, and Shrouded I think was actually pretty good as well. So like they had the right idea, and then they went into Dragonflight and come up with fucking Thundering. Like, how do you 180 so hard?
Yeah, I mean, the problem is they're very hamstrung by seasonal themes. And with Thundering, they were like copy and pasting that Razageth P2 mechanic.
Yeah.
Like, how can we make this worse? And because the thing is, you know what it should have been done? Like, if they literally did no imagination possible with this, it would have been better, because if you had the debuffs and you just stacked, you were forced to stack to give each other a damage buff, that would make kind of a interesting dynamic of like, okay, some pulls we can't all be stacked, so obviously the timer coming up, let's just stack for this pull, but instead, like, the whole pairing be like, okay, let's juice max the damage. Like, you should instead, if they're going to go that way, get the damage when you clear. Like, that should be your Kiss Curse. Like, oh shit, I don't have my damage buff yet because I had to do this mechanic, rather than getting stunned.
If it was Biss, yes it was. So.
And I lose my damage buff if I clear. So it's just, I don't know.
Yeah, it's like, it feels like they had the right idea in BFA and Shadowlands with the seasonal affixes, and then they went into Dragonflight and just like repeatedly shot themselves in the foot, panicked because of community like upset, and just got rid of them. It's like, okay, the community is not liking the seasonal affixes we're putting out. We can't think of anything better, and can't be bothered putting more resources into it. So just get rid of it.
Yeah.
And I think seasonal affix was actually, I think they were actually good for the game, to be honest. I think they were good for the health of M+, because it actually like shook things up every season without having to recycle old content like dungeons. Like the fact, like, don't get me wrong, I love Motherlode as a dungeon. I think Theatre of Pain was actually pretty decent. But I don't want to be going back to old dungeons when I'm in a new expansion, you know? I think it's so lazy, and I think like I'm glad that they are redesigning some of the dungeons and some of the encounters inside the dungeons to like kind of offset that, but I just think it's so lazy.
Yeah, it is. It's a cop-out, which I think they're okay with doing, because I don't know why they're okay with doing it though.
I don't like I was gonna say, it's not even like numbers reflect that it's a good decision, because people just aren't playing in Plus.
Yeah.
Like part of that is because of the state of M+, but like, you know, it's just things compiling on top of each other to make it just an unenjoyable experience. Because a lot of the time as well is you have good dungeons like, or well, what people considered good dungeons like Necrotic Wake and Mists of Tyr na Scythe, which people actually enjoyed in Shadowlands. Like those were the banger weekly keys. You know, you went into a Necrotic Wake, you just deleted entire packs with weapons, and you had fun. Mist, it was that banger weekly key. It was almost impossible to deplete it. Like, you know, people liked those dungeons, and then it's like when they went to redesign it, they decided, yo, how can we make these dungeons more obnoxious? Oh, I know. Let's make the weapons in Necrotic Wake do nothing. Let's make the maze in Mists so obnoxious that people won't want to pull through the walls anymore, because we can't be bothered to fix the walls in the maze.
Oh my god, yeah.
Like, I don't know. It's crazy.
Well, I think that...
Aki, you can't watch, but I enjoy you two yapping. Can you turn Keen it up a bit? Yeah, sure.
Put onto it that don't necessarily understand the format that well, because I think for them to completely nerf weapons but then leave the what's the throw NPC called, the one that
a crafter,
the crafter, to leave the craft in that state, it's like you're kind of just, that's just an oversight. Like, if you're following the track of like game design, like, why have you done this for other things but then something within the similar thing you just haven't done? Like,
yeah, I don't know. Like, it's been like an idea for ages that people don't like things playing the dungeon for them. Things like the Zapbots from Junkyard and like things like that. But I don't think that's necessarily true. I think Junkyard was one of people's favorite dungeons of all time. And it's because it was so easy, because the Zapbots did everything for you. Yeah, it felt awful when you like, you know, ninja pulled something and your group wiped and you lost to the Zapbots, but people loved that dungeon because it inflated people's damage. People felt like they were doing more. The dungeon was super easy because of it. And it was the same thing for the Necrotic Wake, but they just gutted it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, it's interesting because I think they had a rare dub, which was Season 3 Dragonflight as well. Like, that was like unexpectedly a popular season.
One was Season 3.
It was a Ferric. It was a Midasol.
Oh yeah.
That was actually a surprisingly popular M+ season. Like, there was a lot, like, numbers wise, it was the most popular M+ season in Dragonflight.
Oh yeah,
so,
that's when they brought back Dark Heart Thicket and Black Oak Hold and those ones.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Like, see, that's a good example of it though. Like, they brought back the dungeons without really changing anything, and the dungeons were like some of the easiest in the entire pool.
Yeah.
Like your Tal'Dazar, your Blackroot Cold, like they were the highest keys done out of the entire pool, and it's because they were easy. People loved them, and like, yeah, I don't know. There's just no need to change the old dungeons. Like if you're gonna, like, it feels like they're changing things to make themselves feel better about being lazy.
Yeah, that's a fair point, actually.
Like, no one is asking for these changes, but they're doing it anyway.
I mean, surely not though. It's hard to say, honestly.
Well, like it's the whole logic behind why they're changing things, right? Is to like make it fresh, you know, change things up. But then, why would you bring back old dungeons to do that? Not only are you tainting the memory of the dungeons for the people who played back then and are still playing now, but you're making it a less enjoyable experience for everyone now because it's, you know, like objectively been proven that the changes you're making to old dungeons are just bad.
Yeah, straight up. But the problem is as well, I think because the development is behind closed doors, we don't get to see the trajectory of like who's doing what.
Yeah.
And I think that we have low rolled the last, I don't know how long the low roll streak has been going on for, but I think the War Within Season 1, I think, is on a fundamental level a failure. Based on, I think, the mechanics of a lot of the War Within dungeons are not fun. Like, I think if you think from this season, the Stone Vault, I mean, even post change, like outside of first pull, it's not really. That's horrible. Oh, actually, and you know what? I'm gonna give them a pass. Like everything in the dungeon is fine except for the bosses. I think the Stone Vault bosses are surprisingly bad.
Yeah, they aren't great.
And it's just, it's like for me that what's that fucking boss called? Stone Vault second boss. Yeah,
Skarmorak, yeah.
Yeah, that is a pug destroyer.
Oh yeah.
And I think it's so toxic that like you get the debuff that makes them do more damage if you're detonating them like within like a few seconds of each other. Like especially if they're spawning together. Like it's just a toxic mechanic because honestly, I've seen some really special inting from people who are just trying to be quote unquote helpful, but like they'll go to you'll be hitting the ones next to boss, and you've got this like fucking Jackie Chan in China hitting like and you just blow up because you detonate 2 or 3 at the same time. I think 2 is safe, but it's just crazy to me that like I think I've also, by the way, like Dawnbreaker, I think the implementation of that dungeon is impressively bad because classes like Destrolock can't rain a fire on the
boat.
Our Shams, even with Totemic, can't place healing rain.
Oh, I've seen some special things with SLT as well.
Yeah.
Like placing SLT down and it just the boat carries on and SLT stays in the air.
Yeah. Like it's
impressive. Time am I streaming till today? I'm stopping in like 20 minutes.
And I think it's probably a more fundamental like issue with the game if it's like something they can't just go in and tick for it to work again. So yeah, I don't know. I've been frustrated with them, just like seeing things go downhill.
Yeah, I don't know. Like that's another thing. Is like they got away with it in Dragonflight, doing the whole like 4 new dungeons, 4 old dungeons in season 1 kind of thing. Or did they even do that in season 1? Actually, season 1 was it half?
I think it was half. I can't remember.
Oh yeah, it was because you had like Core Stars and Shadow Moon Burial Ground. Yeah. Like they got away with doing it in that season because the dungeons they brought back were actually like, you know, kind of loved Legion dungeons, and you know, the dungeons that they brought back from other expansions were actually fairly easy and it was decent. But it feels like they've just been grasping at straws ever since. Like the War Within Season 1 is just a complete and utter failure, and it's almost entirely because of the changes they made to the old dungeons that they brought back.
Yeah.
Like, they really just shot themselves in the foot with that, and it doesn't make any sense.
No, not at all.
Like,
I mean,
yeah.
Well, that's comes back to our original point, where I don't think they do a lot of like manual testing with these dungeons. I think they just like.
Oh, I don't even know. I think they almost rely solely on us doing PTR testing.
Yeah.
Like, we are their QA testers. But the thing is, when you like, when you ruin any good faith that the community's built up, people aren't gonna people don't want to play. People don't want to hop on and test things for you, and then, you know, if you're not doing testing of your own, it's gonna make the experience. It's just gonna compile issues on top of itself and make the experience progressively worse.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I think they got away with it in Dragonflight because of the dungeons they brought back, but here, being lazy and doing half and half is like really, really bad. Like, no one wants to go into a new expansion and play old content. That's not a thing.
No, I mean, I think I don't know why they got away with it, honestly, in the War Within, because even with like remember like the first state of Ruby Life Pools, like
Yeah.
on fucking beta it was a bit sus.
Yeah, it was carnage.
And that needed a lot of changing. And the thing is, it's weird because first season of Dragonflight, they were really hands-on, weekly changes. Like, where did that go?
Yeah, I don't know. It's so weird. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. It's just weird. There's so many things, and like I'm glad that they are kind of taking steps now to, you know, go through some of these old dungeons and attempt to make good changes. Things like the tank busters, you know, they're trying to make tanking more enjoyable for people again, because, you know, one of the main drawbacks of trying to do keys is trying to get someone to tank your keys. But when keys are so punishing in regards to just the sheer amount of damage that is coming your way as a tank, it not only is it unfun, but it's like, you know, for your casual Andy, no one wants the stress of doing that. If you die as a tank because there's 8 tank busters on a single pull, like, not only are you going to feel shit about yourself, but your entire group wipes. So you don't get the luxury of doing that. They need to make tanking at a baseline easier for the general player base, and they have to do that through the design of what they're creating, because, you know, like putting so many tank busters in a dungeon where you literally run out of defenses playing optimally is horrifically bad design. Like, if I go into, I don't know, 19 mists, and I go in that maze, and there's double guardians like back to back, it's rough, you know.
Yeah.
Like, it's almost impossible to pull that off. You have to cycle your defensives perfectly, and even then it's spicy. And you need help from the healer. Like, you need healer externals because you just don't have enough defensives on your own to sustain yourself through those pulls. And, like, yeah, that encourages collaboration between teammates, but, you know, your average Andy isn't going to be on voice with their healers, you know, coordinating defensives.
No, I mean, no, you know what's funny? It's because this is the same season they nerf tank survivability because they want healers to be pushing heals onto the tanks more. Like,
yeah,
that is so crazy. To arbitrarily, I don't know, it's such an arbitrary thing to impose on the game as well. Like, I don't know where it comes from.
Like, they want tanks and healers to interact, but objectively speaking, tanks and healers do not enjoy interacting. When tanks and healers when tanks are so weak that they are required interaction from their healer, it is not fun for the tank. It is not fun for the healer.
No.
Like, tanks don't want interaction from the healer. And, like, is that a core gameplay flaw? Like, maybe, don't know. But
I think it's more of a symptom of how bad M+ is in terms of, like, how to, like, tanking in general, because I think threshold of like pulling too much should be just like raw damage from mobs hitting you,
Yeah.
and there are specials coming. And when I say specials, it shouldn't be tank busters. Like I think
Yeah.
tank busters should be something like Mist's boss. I can't remember. It's like second boss where you have to kick the mob and only you can
Yeah.
kick it. Like that's a good tank mechanic because no one else can do it except for you, and if you don't get that done properly, then you're dead. And that's
Yeah.
fine. Like that's okay. And something similar, I think is fine. But like when it's a very binary thing, like if I don't have X amount of mitigation for this tank buster that comes every like 20 seconds, and there's like 3 of these mobs, like come on, like you've nerfed tanks on top of that, and it would have been spicy even without
Yeah.
like the tank nerf, but now it's just like post tank nerf, it's just it's so meaningless. Like I don't know.
It's crazy. Yeah, like it feels like they come out with the whole tank nerfs because they wanted healers and tanks to interact, and they had a whole philosophy behind that. And now they're like, okay, we recognize that this isn't fun. We're removing the majority of tank busters from dungeons, and it's like, what do you want?
Yeah.
Like I do think that the core like gameplay design in dungeons is kind of broken in regards to like the interaction between tanks and how much damage they take. Like if we compare it to something like Final Fantasy, right, where, and I've barely played Final Fantasy, so I might be talking about out my arse here, but a little bit I have played of it. A lot of the damage you take as a tank is you take little amounts of damage. That you're either taking little amounts of damage and don't have the self-sustain to bring yourself back up, but it's not, you don't feel like oppressively in danger because of how slow it takes you to tick down.
Mm-hmm.
And then, or you're tanking a raid boss and there's one massive hit and then like kind of nothing. So you have time to be healed back up. So like in both of those instances, the healer can actually do something for the tank. But in WoW, if we look at a similar example, it's like in almost no cases is the amount of damage you take as a tank like what's the word I'm looking for? Like sustained. It's always just like, it feels like burst damage. You don't have a defensive up for half a second in this one pull, you die from 100 to 0 immediately.
Yeah.
Like passively, tanks are far too weak. And I mean, it's the same thing that happened with DPS, right? With like defensive bloat. Healers started becoming more and more relevant because DPS gained access to more and more defensives when Dragonflight came around, right? So, and the way they, not only did DPS have a ton more off healing once Dragonflight hit because of the talent rework, but they also had access to more defensives. So then healers don't have to do as much. And you have people doing things like four DPS keys, like one tank, 4 DPS keys, because healers just don't have to do as much. And the exact same thing is happening for tanks, although tanks are passively weaker. It's like they're almost glorified DPS. They take so much damage outside of their cooldowns, but they have access to multiple cooldowns to try and like smooth things out. So it's like almost an incentive for you to actually press your buttons. But for your average Andy going into like, I don't know, they're +8 weekly. If average Andy walks into a pool that isn't even relatively big and he forgets to press his Ardent Defender and gets one shot, that doesn't feel like a good gameplay loop, in my opinion. Hello there, Big Daddy.
No, I mean, I think as well, for me,
Okay, dealer, thank you
least,
for the
it's
follow.
always a symptom of the fact that the game is too cooldown orientated.
Yeah.
And I think I'm a fucking boomer, but I liked how, at least in some iterations of classic World of Warcraft, passive damage is just high and cooldowns are like, you know, they're big, but they're not.
Not
say-
game. Yeah. You don't
the thing is-
need them to live like just small damage.
Nah. And the thing is, I think this is an issue for all roles, to be honest. Like, I think right now, like, DPS do too much damage in cooldowns and do too little outside of cooldowns. And I think that's been a problem for a while.
Yeah.
And that's affected every single part of the game, like healing, tanking, DPS, just all of it suffer from this. So
Yeah, I mean it's the same with tanks as well. Tanks, and they can buff threat as much as they want, but outside of cooldown, tanks, like if you're a tank and you do not plan your CDs properly, like offensively, and you walk into a pool and your enhancement shaman has CDs ready, there's nothing in the world that is stopping that enhancement shaman ripping aggro.
yeah, that's crazy.
Like it's just disgusting. If you miss like micromanage your like offensive CDs as like a, I don't know, prop paladin, and you walk into a pool and you don't have a lot up, not only are you weaker defensively because, you know, like offensives are typically built like interact with your defensives as tank, which is another interesting thing.
Mm-hmm.
But like you then just don't have the damage to do your job, which is tank.
Yeah. No, you know what's bad about this is that in like Cata Classic, for example, unironically, you have more, well, that game mode, well, that version of the game has less tank issues or tank threat issues than we do in retail.
Yeah.
And that's because of like the whole like gap in cooldown, gap in damage between having cooldowns and not having cooldowns for pulls, and it's just it's really toxic.
Yeah.
It's...
I mean, look at like, Overnax was a prime example of it, right? Like how ridiculous the threat situation in the game is. You know, you have not only, and like how ridiculous it can be in regards to design as well. You have spiders that are spawning that don't have an active threat table until they're moving. So you can taunt one and it won't, like the moment it becomes targetable, and it won't matter. It's like, it's so beyond stupid that that's even a thing.
Yeah.
And you have healers ripping threat because like it's just stupid.
Because on testing that wasn't an issue for us, right? Like I don't remember people getting punched on testing.
Don't think so, no.
But for me, I'm confused as to like these bosses get tested for like maybe an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours if they get tested on every single difficulty. But like threat issues, I think is something that like is something that we shouldn't have to put up with, because I think that should get spotted.
Yeah.
In the design stage where they're just like manually playing these fights and just like realizing, oh shit, yeah, I just don't have enough time to taunt this mob because all of you guys are going ham. Because I don't think they have 20 people to test Mythic either.
Like it's, yeah, I don't know, because like Overnax is a prime example of one that doesn't make sense, right? Because if you look at the spider section in particular, like I genuinely don't know how you 2-tanked that boss without a blood DK, like double blood DK.
Yeah.
Like you didn't even 2-tank, like you didn't even play double blood DK just for the grips. Like the grips were nice, don't get me wrong, but you could have played like a blood DK Vengeance, for example, and got the exact same effect. But you needed double blood DK because you were utilizing your singular death grips as taunts, because you needed 3 taunts to effectively manage that fight as a tank. Yeah. And you were almost using them off cooldown as well. The amount of times that there'd be like a parasite out and it would be like, can we get a grip on that parasite? And I'm looking at my CD and I'm like, no, we can't. Nope.
Mental.
It's like, you'd think that would be caught in the design stage, but I genuinely don't think that they... it almost feels like they don't play their own fights, you know?
Yeah. I don't think they have enough people to test these things on Mythic, and I think heroic testing isn't enough. Like, you can't 10-man like Brood Twister and then find the flaws that we do in Mythic.
Yeah. And then there's the argument. Oh, it's like healers and DPS just need to position differently, so the spiders don't run at them. But then it's like, why is that a thing to begin with? You know, shouldn't be a thing.
No, I don't think that gameplay wise is incredibly dog shit.
Yeah.
And yeah, I know.
It is criminally bad. But you know, we'll see. I don't like. I'm hopeful that what they do in season 2 can revive M+, but there's been so much good faith just shattered with season 1. So I don't know.
I think it will be a good season. I think the rating looks interesting.
I actually don't like the raid. Do you like the raid?
Really?
Yeah. I think the raid is just, I don't know, it's just too gimmicky for me.
I know where you come from with like the whole gimmick stuff, but I don't know if it's like an L yet. I think it has huge potential to be a dub. But
like I'm hoping Gallywix is good, because like if I just go through the bosses, like you have the first boss, which is your typical like XD first boss, you know, there's not really anything going on. You've got the monkey and the dino, which are kind of whatever. Like it's not often you have to, you know, tank 2 bosses apart kind of vibe. So that's like whatever, to be honest. And then Rick Reverb, like the whole like amp pillars, you know, and then like the intermission where you're essentially just AFK for like 30-40 seconds, just bouncing between pillars doing absolutely nothing. I find that astronomically boring for anything other than a first boss. Like it was okay on Shriekwing where you just AFK'd and ran around the room for a bit, but on Rick you don't even run around. You bounce from pillar to pillar and just stand there. You can't do damage to the boss because it has a 99% damage reduction. Like, it's just like, what are you doing? And then, like, I think Styx is a good boss. You know, the whole like trash piles and all of that stuff. I think that's actually a pretty interesting boss. It's gimmicky, but they've done it in a like good way.
Yeah.
I absolutely hate the fucking conveyor belt boss.
Yeah, that was big. I thought that was just a melee thing. I don't know.
Yeah, that boss just I hate it. And then on Mythic, it's even more gimmicky with the whole like positive negative charges.
Yeah.
Like not being able to touch each other in such a confined space. Like at least on Silken Court and Anduin, you had like a large amount of space to play these mechanics. But yeah, I don't know. This is going to be carnage.
Yes. I think it...
Go ahead.
You go.
No, you.
I don't think this will be good for Pugs. I think this is going to, again, put strain on this semi-hardcore raid community with how difficult the raid is. And I enjoy, like, difficult raid tiers, so I'm a masochist in that regard.
I do too. Holondrus was one of my favorite bosses.
Yeah. Yeah. So, for me, it's like, I'm still figuring out my perspective on things because I'm transitioning to a melee player, so I'm experiencing a lot of these fights with melee for the first time, and I don't know if that's just like melee diff for some of these cancer fights or but I know I have a sneaking suspicion that it's gonna be overtuned.
Yeah.
I think by fundamental design, fourth boss having 2 camps like Silken Court already is like crazy.
It's insane. It's gonna be such a wall for everyone.
Yeah, it's another wall. And that is also dependent on how difficult they want the first 3 to be as well. So
I think it's either gonna be a complete joke and it's gonna die in less than 10 pulls, or it's gonna be an absolute carnage brick wall where we're on it for 100 plus pulls.
Yeah.
So yeah. And then I think that's with its position in raid, it's insane that that's even like a possibility.
True. Yeah. That's a big draw on that actually.
Like, it's like fetid devourer levels of stupidity. If you remember that boss.
I think that was just like a numerical.
Yeah, that was
achievement.
numerically impossible, that one. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think, yeah, it's different. I'm impressed they want to go with like a fucking two. The problem, yeah, I don't know. It's for me, and it's kind of weird because like you have this, and then one-armed bandit is like a very simple fight. There are like more simple fights in fucking Mesa Pandaria or like Kata, so it's very one-dimensional. So it's most likely gonna be a wall.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I see people struggling more with that fourth boss because of like positive and negative charge.
Yeah.
The first is like just the raw DPS check of one-armed bandit, which is like which is meant to be sludge fist.
Yeah. I've like, but the whole positive and negative thing, if they wanted to go that vibe, which I think is like all right thematically based on the boss and stuff, like they could have just, I think it's such a lazy way to implement it as well, just having like essentially half the raid get one charge, half the raid get the other, and you just can't touch. Like, you could have had it so, you know, debuffs go out and two players need to like connect a beam or some shit to disable a mechanic or something. Like, so you could have done so many different things than just the AIDS Silken Court style mechanic.
Yeah.
And then like you said, one-arm bandit is just like, there's just nothing to it. It's just a big boss that you hit and his DPS check.
Yeah.
And then you go from that into mechanic vomit Mugsy.
Yeah.
Like, you remember when we tested Silken Court and we were like, this is actually fucking ridiculous. Like, this is insane. It's one of the hardest bosses we've tested. There's just so much going on. Like, it's crazy. It's literally just that, but reskinned. Like,
yeah, and I think they're going to double down on a lot of these things as well.
yeah. I hope not, but you never know. It's just like, I hope that these things are only going to be difficult during the race, because otherwise I think it's going to be another tier where mythic participation absolutely plummets.
Yeah.
Like, I can see it again being like people killing the first 4 bosses and then just stopping.
Yeah.
And then like, obviously we have no idea how good Galliwix is. It looks like from what I've read, it sounds like a banger boss, but I don't know.
It's also going to have a secret phase or something. Like, there's a gap.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. The secret phase copium has been strong for many, many tiers.
Well, what I hated about Emirdasaur, for example, is that they had so much like random spell piss tied to Fearock. They were like, oh shit, something's happening, and then nothing happens. So I'm done with it as well, because I think they slipped up on Jailer, which like made me thinking, okay, oh actually no, it was Jailer and Denethris both had their like.
Denethris was a banger, to be fair.
Yeah, that was a highlight, honestly. Well, I think Castle Nether in general was a big highlight.
Yeah, it was a very good raid tier. It was probably one of my favorite raid tiers of all time, honestly.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it feels very sad knowing that that was many, many years ago at this point.
Old, yeah. Holy fuck.
Like,
I mean,
Shadowlands is, in my head, it's recent, but then you actually look at the dates and it's like, no, it fucking wasn't.
yeah. Was it, what, 2021?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's slipping by too quick.
Yeah. But it just feels like nothing, like, the design just isn't getting better. Like, if we look at, like, the current raid, it's just like every single boss, or like the first 4 were a joke, and then Brutister was just impossible for any guild, like, just any guild to do that didn't have double blood DK.
Yeah.
And then Princess was absolute hell on earth for any guild that decided to go that next as well. You went from some of the easiest raid bosses of all time into Princess Ovanax. Like,
Yeah. Well, two fights
Yeah.
where if you weren't solo tanking, and if you weren't double blood TK tanking, you
it was
and
just physically
healing.
impossible.
Yeah, and double evoker as well. So yeah, I don't know. It's well, I just think it's a bit of a cooked take, but well, not cooked, but like a conspiracy theory take, and I think there's a brain drain at Blizzard. Like I think the talent isn't going to Blizzard anymore. Like the talented devs just aren't there, and it's propped up by a lot of like new blood coming in, doing a lot of the groundwork. But
Yeah.
I think a lot of the big decision makers who are making big impacts, making huge impacts on the game for the positive, or for the better of the game, are just not there anymore. And I think we're kind of, it's weird because I think the weird duality we're experiencing right now is like the War Within launch, I think objectively was really good. Like I think the open world being that relevant and just like how much we interacted with it, it's really good and really promising. But their response to what happened, very disappointing. Just indicative of like complete, just like how out of touch they are with like what happened and who's actually taking advantage of this, especially with the splash damage with
Yeah.
people account sharing within family
Plenty of
limits.
treasure around here.
And obviously,
we can use
I
it
think
to take the fight to Xalata.
I think the raid is definitely like, it's weird to see them being so excited about developing the Undermine and then for it to be, yeah, I mean, I don't know if they're cooking it. It's definitely out there. I haven't really made it in my decision.
Yeah.
I don't know.
The way I feel about it is that the first 4 bosses are just gonna absolutely fall over, and then you're gonna get to Lockenstock, like the conveyor belt boss, and it's going to be absolute hell. Like I feel like the difficulty curve is going to skyrocket after the first 4 bosses. And I don't hate that for us, but I know for a fact that, you know, like the amount of guilds that I think it was like there was at some point there was like over 1,000 guilds on Ovanax or Nexus Princess, right?
Yeah.
At one point, and they just couldn't make any leeway on the next bosses. Like you had guilds legitimately give up with progressing because they knew the bosses were just too much, and I feel like Lockenstock is going to be that again.
Yeah, easily.
Yeah.
Because what I didn't realize, I think we've never been in a raid here where there's been like we're up to 18% damage and healing increase, like aura in the raid.
Yeah.
And there's like still only like under 900 guilds have killed Mythic Anseric.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Like that's never happened before.
Yeah.
So I think we are experiencing some crazy difficulty spike, which I'm so here for. But I feel bad for the burgers, man. Like we need this game to be popular for our existence, our jobs to be
Yeah.
valid, unfortunately. And Blizzard are definitely enjoyed the difficulty increase. I don't know if it's even what they're trying to do at this point. I just think they're trying to make interesting fights, but I think interesting fights...
It feels like they're trying to put on a show with the tuning in regards to like the race to world first and stuff. But,
yeah, for sure.
And like encounter design, but it's like that would only make sense if they gutted the bosses after the race. Or like if you really want to do that, then have the bosses be reasonable and slap us on a tournament realm and crank up the numbers. Don't like retroactively change things after the fact because poor planning and preparation. I don't know, it's just like it's weird. And it hurts the player base as well.
Yeah, I think that's that strain on the semi-hardcore community has like, especially with the raid boss situation, like trying to set up a like decent mythic comp nowadays with having like, I mean, back when
Yeah.
Org was busted as well, you needed all raid buffs and debuffs, and then like 2 orgs. Like,
Yeah.
I felt bad for guilds.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's hard enough trying to just get 20 people to raid, let alone 20 people who all play specific raid buff classes and feel a specific raid comp. It's like, it's just crazy.
Yeah, and on top of that, being able to ult to a decent level if they need to swap to like Blood DK for certain fights,
Yeah.
or certain like or Preservoker for certain fights because it's OP all of a sudden. Like,
Yeah.
yeah. So it's a weird state of the game because, yeah, I don't know. I'm so here for the difficulty, but I don't know. The raid buff is probably in a good state because honestly, it made us a lot of gold. The fact that they didn't rush the raid buff because people just couldn't boost like full runs or Mythic Answer for a long time, so we just made a lot of gold from that. But yeah, I don't know. It's a weird middle ground to be because you're kind of benefiting from what they're doing, but you can just see like the carnage happening around you and like how people are actually like just walking away from the game.
Alright, man, I'm gonna bounce. It was a good yap.
Absolutely, an absolute good one.
Alright, catch you around, buddy.
Peace.
See you at testing.
Yeah.
Disconnected.
Alright, friends, I'm gonna end stream. Thank you all for watching. That was a very long, very good yap with the boy there. So I'm gonna bounce, but thank you all for watching. As always, if you're not in my Discord, make sure you join that. You get notifications for when I go live and post YouTube videos and all that good stuff. Go show some love to the boy. I'm gonna raid out, and I will see you all. Not tomorrow. I'm not live tomorrow, but I will be live on Friday. I might be live tomorrow if they finally put the M+ dungeons live. I hope they do. Otherwise, yeah, it'll be Friday. Peace, friends. Hope you all have a good day. Bye-bye.